Chapter 907. As this sudden voice fell, a figure with an incomparably powerful aura shot over. It was a tall, middle-aged man, dressed in a golden robe. His face was as deep as the Milky Way, making it difficult for others to see him clearly. Beneath his feet was a huge bat that was over 60 meters in size. The huge bat's wings were flapping in the air like a mountain. Sect Master. At that moment, all the disciples of the witchcraft sect knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the person. Their faces were filled with respect and admiration. Even the 16 supreme giants at the side were no exception. They made way and bowed slightly. The witchcraft sect's sect master. Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He could sense a cultivation base that was comparable to intermediate stage golden core from this person. He was even stronger than the sword sect's Ling Xuanzi. The middle-aged man stopped less than 10 steps away from Yi Chen and said calmly, "Witchcraft sect master, Wu Tianho, greets Mad Southern Yi." As soon as he said that, the 16 supreme giants at the side were stunned at first. Subsequently, they looked at Yi Chen in shock. Even Elder Silverflower, who was held in Yi Chen's hand and only had a soul left, was no exception. Mad Southern Yi. They had also heard of these 3 words. However, most of them were in closed-door cultivation and did not pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, the young man before them was Mad Southern Yi. He destroyed the 5 ancient clans. He killed his way into the sword sect alone and killed 9 supreme giants. In the end, he even killed the sword sect's sect master, Ling Xuanzi. These events kept appearing in their minds, and they completely believed that the rumors were true. Immortal Yi, before this, you killed the Saintess and Elder Zhu of the witchcraft sect, and you killed Granny Snake. The witchcraft sect's sect master stared at Yi Chen with an unfriendly expression. Now that you've killed your way into the witchcraft sect, aren't you being a little overbearing? I'm being overbearing? Yi Chen smirked coldly when he heard that your Saintess, Elder Zhu, and Granny Snake died because they provoked me. I didn't plan to come to the witchcraft sect to punish them. At this point, his eyes were filled with coldness. But you actually dared to capture my people. Are you trying to take advantage of my good temper? Before the witchcraft sect's sect master could speak, a supreme giant snorted coldly, "Nonsense. When did our witchcraft sect capture your people?" The moment that was said, countless people on the ground subconsciously looked at Wei Qianqiu. Plop, Wei Qianqiu paled. He felt his body go limp, as if all his strength had been sucked out of him. He uncontrollably fell to the ground. He grabbed in the air and grabbed him. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Wei Qianqiu." Yi Chen grabbed at the air and grabbed him. Instead of being angry, he said, while smiling, "You caught him." Wei Qianqiu, Wei Dao Realm, Yi Yi Chen, Yi. Yi Dao, Wei Yi for him. Yi Yi Chen, Yi Mana Yi, and Sect Yi. Good, very good. His face was once again covered with killing intent. You ant-like thing, how dare you? You actually want to use my people as sacrificial offerings to goo worms. Sect Master, save me, save me. Wei Qianqiu cried for help. The witchcraft sect's sect master immediately said, "Immortal Yi, please show mercy." "Let's talk nicely." Before he could finish, Wei Qianqiu, who was in Yi Chen's hand, exploded into a bloody mist. Not even his bones were left. Mad Southern Yi, how dare you? No matter how good-tempered he was, the witchcraft sect's sect master was enraged. You're sure that Qianqiu touched your people just based on your words? Without any evidence, you killed him. What do you think I am? I don't need evidence. Yi Chen looked at the witchcraft sect's sect master coldly. If your witchcraft sect doesn't give me an explanation today, you'll end up like this person. As soon as he said that, Elder Silverflower's soul in his hand shattered. A supreme giant soul was destroyed, just like that. Mad Southern Yi, do you really want to become enemies with my witchcraft sect? The witchcraft sect master's expression gradually turned grim as killing intent surged in his eyes. Become enemies? Do you think your witchcraft sect is worthy of becoming my enemy? Yi Qin laughed out loud. His voice was boundless and shook the air. Do you think you're my match with these 17 pieces of trash and the Goo King you're riding on? Do you believe that I can kill a supreme giant of your witchcraft sect with a single step and doom your witchcraft sect to eternal damnation? He was telling the truth. After recovering to Golden Core, his true origin energy and supernatural power had improved day by day in the Kunlun ruins. He was no longer as powerful as when he had just recovered to Golden Core. Shameless boasting. The witchcraft sect master smirked coldly and suddenly formed a seal with both hands. Under everyone's gaze, a huge cauldron appeared. The cauldron was about 3 meters long and wide. It had a pair of iron ears, and its body was imprinted with countless fish, insects, birds, and beasts. They seemed to be oracle bone inscriptions. The moment the cauldron appeared, an incomparably ancient aura seeped out from it, as if it wanted to suppress the sky. Someone's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "That's the ultimate treasure of our witchcraft sect. The witch cauldron." That's right, it's the witch cauldron. Rumor has it that this cauldron was refined by the ancient witches and can cook everything. After thousands of years, it has cooked and killed a saint. A supreme giant's pupils constricted slightly. A gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes the moment he saw the cauldron. It actually possesses the bloodline aura of the witch tribe. Although the witchcraft sect claimed to be the descendants of the witch tribe, they could not be considered the witch tribe at all. The true witch tribe members were all favored by the heavens who could move mountains and fill seas at birth. I'm taking this cauldron. Yi Qin made up his mind and took a step forward. He walked in the air while his clothes fluttered. He charged towards the cauldron that was floating above the witchcraft sect master's head in the most direct way. Suppress. The witchcraft sect master did not panic. With a soft shout, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence at the cauldron in front of him. His hands quickly formed seals. At the next moment, the cauldron trembled violently and emitted a blinding red glow. In the blink of an eye, it expanded several times in size. From afar, it looked like a small mountain. Buzz, the cauldron stood under the sky and pressed down on Yi Chen like a mountain. The sky was filled with an oppressive red glow. Clang! Yi Chen soared into the sky and walked in the air. A golden punch shot through the sky and landed on the cauldron. A deafening sound was heard, like a dragon tearing through the sky. The sound was distant, and countless people's ears bled as if their eardrums had been pierced. Some were even sent flying. Meanwhile, the cauldron did not seem to be damaged at all. Instead of being angry, Yi Chen was delighted. I'm liking you more and more. I'm lacking a pill cauldron to refine supreme medicine. It has to be you. P.S. Chapter 4 has been updated for today and will be updated again. There will be no less than 5 updates every day. There will be more updates this month. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 908. Rumble. The cauldron shook violently. Every time it shook, it would emit an aura that could shatter mountains and rivers. It was extremely ear-piercing, causing one's ears to bleed. However, under everyone's gaze, Yi Qin took the initiative to get close to the cauldron. As he waved a huge golden hand, it was like a gigantic millstone that crushed the void as it slapped the cauldron continuously. Clang, 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 clang. At that moment, Yi Chen was like lightning and a gust of wind. He surrounded the huge cauldron that was over 60 meters tall and slapped countless times. A deafening sound resounded through the world. Every time the millstone-like golden hand hit the cauldron would tremble violently. The violent action that relied purely on his physical body and did not use any true origin energy contained extremely terrifying power, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The strange thing was that every time the golden hand left a mark on the cauldron, even the lines were extremely clear. However, as the cauldron trembled, the marks would disappear. Bang! As the golden hand swept across the sky again, the cauldron finally could not take it anymore. It was slapped 1,000 meters away with a bang, heavily crushing a witchcraft sect's main hall and sinking deep into the ground. Looking at the ferocious and extremely violent figure in the sky, no one in the witchcraft sect spoke. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. He shook the witchcraft sect's ultimate treasure with his bare hands, and in the end he even used his physical strength to slap the witch cauldron away. Just how strong a physical body was needed to achieve this? Even the witchcraft sect's sect master revealed a shocked expression. Although he knew that Yi Chen's physical body was extremely powerful, he did not expect it to be so powerful that he could defend the sect's ultimate treasure. In the face of such a terrifying figure, he almost felt an irresistible urge to contend against him. At the critical moment, the witchcraft sect's sect master took a deep breath in, and determination flashed through his eyes. Subsequently, he hammered his chest with both hands, and an extremely thick stream of blood shot into the cauldron on the ground. As he quickly formed a seal with his fingers, the cauldron that had sunk into the ground broke out of the ground. However, unlike before, the cauldron tumbled violently in the air. In the end, it turned upside down with its mouth facing Yi Chen. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the mouth of the cauldron was filled with raging flames and lava, as if it was a volcano. Cauldron suppresses mountains and rivers. The witchcraft sect's sect master shouted. The huge cauldron descended from the sky like a meteor and charged at Yi Chen. Rise! Yi Chen raised his hand and unleashed the innate stage technique. The heaven and earth spiritual energy within a radius of 300 meters boiled and transformed into an invisible giant hand that pointed at the cauldron as if it was trying to capture it. At that moment, one of the 16 supreme giants seemed to have received an order. They attacked at the same time and unleashed their most powerful attacks at Yi Chen from afar. Boom! The attacks launched by the 16 supreme giants almost caused heaven and earth to collapse. They sealed the space around Yi Chen tightly. Scram! Naturally, Yi Chen was fearless. He freed a hand, and his golden palm pierced through the air as if he wanted to break through the sealed space. However, to his surprise, the 16 of them only attacked briefly. They seemed to want to restrain him. As soon as Yi Chen broke through their attacks, the huge cauldron in the sky suppressed him. Bang! The huge cauldron that was as tall as a building pressed Yi Chen to the ground like an upside-down bowl. The battle ended just like that. Suppressed, he's been suppressed. This demon is too terrifying. I've finally suppressed him in the cauldron. I must refine him and kill him forever. As expected of the witchcraft sect's ultimate treasure, he suppressed mad, southern Yi the moment he attacked. If this gets out, the witchcraft sect will definitely shake the Kunlun ruins. The disciples of the witchcraft sect, who had been paying close attention to the scene, cheered when they saw Yi Chen being suppressed by the cauldron. Even the 16 supreme giants in the sky could not help but reveal expressions of relief. The 16 of them bowed to the witchcraft sect's sect master at the same time. Sect master's might is monstrous, and his supernatural power is boundless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sect master's might is monstrous, and his supernatural power is boundless. At that moment, all the disciples of the witchcraft sect knelt on one knee and worshipped the sect master. Their voices shook the sky like a tsunami. The witchcraft sect's sect master secretly heaved a sigh of relief under everyone's gaze. Yi Chen was too ferocious. Fortunately, he was suppressed by the witch cauldron in the end. A supreme giant looked at the huge cauldron on the ground with fear and asked, Sect Master, how long will it take for this demon to be refined by the witch cauldron? Everyone could not help but look over. The witch cauldron is the ultimate treasure of our witchcraft sect. It contains a witch spirit sacred fire that can cook a saint to death. It'll take at least 1 to 3 days to refine this demon." The witchcraft sect master smiled faintly and said, "When the time comes, I'll have to rely on all the supreme elders to activate the witchcraft sect's sacred fire and refine this demon." Many supreme giants had smiles on their faces and were about to agree. Clang! Clang! Suddenly he realized that the huge cauldron on the ground was shaking violently. At that moment, many protruding marks appeared on the entire cauldron. Upon closer inspection, they were fist marks. A supreme giant's expression changed, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. He's escaping!" Heavens, is he still human? The sound shook the sky, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The smiles on their faces were suddenly replaced by fear. "Elders, hurry up and suppress this fiend with me. We can't let him escape successfully." The witchcraft sect master's expression changed drastically. He suddenly shouted, and his cultivation base erupted as he charged at the cauldron. He knew very well, once the cauldron could not suppress Yi Chen and allowed him to escape, no one would be his match. By then the witchcraft sect would be in trouble. Boom! At that moment, more than 10 supreme giants attacked at the same time. They took the initiative to face the cauldron. Rumble, clang! At that moment, the cauldron suddenly flew into the air, as if it was struck by some sort of overbearing force. At the next moment, a godlike figure surged into the sky with divine light all over his body. There were 2 balls of flames that pierced through the sky in the figure's eyes. "Ha ha ha!" Yi Chen laughed maniacally. "Thank you, witchcraft sect. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to refine the witch spirit, sacred fire in the cauldron." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at the cauldron in the air and shouted like thunder, "Come!" Chapter 909. Subsequently, under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge cauldron shrunk until it looked like an incense burner. Then it landed in his hand obediently. Yi Chen had refined a wisp of heavenly fire under the sinkhole in Shenangjia earlier. That was why he cultivated the golden pupil flame that could burn everything. The witch spirit's sacred fire was a spiritual fire created by the witchcraft sect's founding saint at the risk of his life. It could devour everything. Every generation of witchcraft sect almighty would enter the witch cauldron before they passed away, allowing the witch cauldron to refine their cultivation base and even their body. After so many years, the witch spirit's sacred fire had grown to the point where it could refine saints under the sacrifice of countless almighty beings. If Yi Chen was just an ordinary golden core cultivator, he would probably be refined by the fire. Unfortunately, the witchcraft sect did not know that nothing could break his body, let alone a mere witch spirit's sacred fire. The witchcraft sect tried to use the witch spirit's sacred fire in the witch cauldron to refine him, but it backfired. Yi Chen used the golden pupil flame to refine the witch spirit's sacred fire instead. As a result, Yi Chen's cultivation base skyrocketed with the spiritual power in the witch spirit's sacred fire. He recovered to intermediate stage golden core. It even caused the fire divinity, the golden pupil flame, to mutate into the witch spirit's sacred fire. In the air, Yi Chen carried a huge cauldron that weighed as much as 30,000 kilograms with one hand. His aura pierced through the sky. His eyes burned with raging flames, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 3,000 meters was completely annihilated. He actually controlled our witchcraft sect's witch cauldron. A supreme giant revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Also, where's the witch spirit's sacred fire in the witch cauldron? Whoosh! The witchcraft sect master took a deep breath in and performed hand seals immediately. He pointed at the witch cauldron in Yi Chen's hand. Come back! However, to his disappointment, the witch cauldron did not move at all, as if it did not hear the order. Come back! The witchcraft sect master's expression changed slightly. He performed hand seals again, but the witch cauldron remained motionless. At this moment, his expression completely sank, and he finally panicked. How is this possible? The witchcraft sect had been around for thousands of years. Over the years, countless almighty beings had coveted the witch cauldron, but none had succeeded. However, it was controlled by Yi Qin now. Do you want it? You will return it to you right now. Yi Qin chuckled softly. The raging fire in his eyes trembled a few times. The witch cauldron that was initially motionless soared into the sky and expanded to tens of meters tall. Rumble! The giant cauldron soared through the sky, shaking the heavens. The next moment, the witch cauldron descended from the sky and suppressed the witchcraft sect's sect master and the others on the ground. The mouth of the cauldron was empty, as if there was no end to it. Not good. The witchcraft sect's sect master's eyelids twitched. He immediately activated all of his cultivation and retreated frantically. The other supreme giants also reacted at that moment. However, the cauldron had already suppressed him. Ah! A supreme giant let out a shrill cry as he was crushed to death by the shaman cauldron on the spot, and even his body and soul were transformed into powder at that moment. The ground around him sank more than 10 meters deep, and some of the witchcraft sect disciples who were close to him died on the spot. Demon King, this guy is definitely a Demon King. When the disciples of the witchcraft sect who were further away saw this, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. A supreme almighty of the witchcraft sect was actually crushed into ashes by a cauldron. There was nothing more shocking than this. Again, Yi Qin laughed out loud and controlled the witch cauldron to suppress a female supreme giant from the witchcraft sect again. The person was shocked to death when she saw that. She wanted to escape without saying anything. However, how could she escape under Yi Qin's divine consciousness? She was crushed to death by the witch cauldron instantly. Another supreme giant had died. Yi Qin stopped moving. His eyes were like lightning as he looked down at the witchcraft sect master from above. Do you still want more? The witchcraft sect master struggled and was indignant. In the end, he forced a smile. Immortal Yi, you're mighty. The witchcraft sect admits defeat. Immortal Yi, you're mighty. The witchcraft sect admits defeat. The remaining 16 supreme giants all lowered their heads. They no longer had the slightest thought of resisting. Yi Qin held the cauldron with one hand, and his voice rumbled like thunder. Hand over your soul blood, and I'll spare your lives. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. Once the soul blood was handed over, it was equivalent to their life and death. Every thought was within their control. Yi Qin was trying to enslave them. Don't even think about it. A supreme giant lifted his head and roared. Go to hell then. Yi Qin waved his arm and attacked him from afar. The man shouted, but it could not change anything. Yi Qin's golden fist pierced through his body directly and tore him into pieces. He died with his eyes wide open. Another supreme giant had died. At that moment, the world was dead silent. Yi Qin's eyes were like waves as he suppressed everyone. Who else has tough bones? Raise your heads and let me take a look. No one dared to raise their heads or speak. Forget it. I'm willing to hand it over. In the end, it was the witchcraft sect master who sighed softly. He seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out blood that looked like a red earthworm into Yi Qin's hand. The rest handed over their soul blood when they saw that. They looked sorrowful as if they had lost their parents. Yi Qin stood quietly in the air. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes were clear, and his clothes were neat. Don't worry. I won't enslave you guys. I just hope that you guys will behave yourself. Otherwise, the dozen people led by the witchcraft sect master knelt on one knee. We obey your orders. After them, all the disciples of the witchcraft sect knelt on one knee one after another, not daring to show any disrespect. From today onwards, Yi Qin had become the true master of the witchcraft sect. Together with the sword sect, He had 2 supreme sects and nearly 20 supreme giants under him. This did not include the witchcraft sect's disciples, who numbered close to 10,000. There was no lack of pseudo-emperor stage powerhouses among them. Such combat strength was enough to sweep through any supreme sect in the Kunlun ruins. Bring me to Su Yue now. An emperor stage powerhouse in the crowd bit the bullet and stood out after Yi Qin said that. He led him to Su Yue, who was unconscious on the bed, while trembling in fear. Instead of bringing her along and being an eyesore, I might as well let her stay in the witchcraft sect. Yi Qin looked at the unconscious Su Yue and left the witchcraft sect after shaking his head lightly. On the 20th of December, 2018 in the Kunlun calendar, Yi Qin killed his way into the witchcraft sect alone and killed 4 supreme giants consecutively. He suppressed a sect again. When the news spread, the Kunlun ruins was shocked. Even the other 8 high sects could not sit still. The sect master of the Dao sect, Sect Master Lei Xing, personally arrived at the other 7 high sections. The leaders of the 8 supreme sects had a secret discussion for 4 hours. No one knew what they talked about. However, on the 2nd day after Yi Qin returned to the Sword Sect, someone from Purple Cap Mountain came. P.S. I overslept for the 2nd chapter. I only wrote 2 chapters. I was just bragging yesterday, but now I've been slapped in the face. How embarrassing. This is really unexpected. Chapter 910. Sword Sect, 9th Peak. Elder Qing Xian and the others were guarding the door with solemn expressions. From time to time, they would look into the cave abode with some worry. The air was filled with a murderous intent. Inside the cave, Yi Qin looked at the 2 people before him with a forced smile. His gaze was cold. Purple Cap Mountain wants me to stop and leave the Kunlun ruins? In front of him was a man and a woman. That lady wore a bright red dress and was incomparably graceful. She had an exquisite oval face, and the smile on her face made her chin appear exceptionally sharp. This woman was Zi Jue'er from Purple Cap Mountain. At that moment, the lady in the red dress was looking at Yi Qin with her gem-like eyes. She said, while chuckling softly, "Mr. Yi, do you know how big of a commotion you've caused since you came to the Kunlun ruins?" Yi Qin smiled without saying anything. Zi Jue'er pursed her red lips slightly. "Because of you, the 5 ancient clans were destroyed, and the 12 ancient clans only exist in name. It was also because of you that the Sword Sect was destroyed, and the Witchcraft Sect suffered a great loss." She looked at the former with a bright smile. "Your appearance has greatly destroyed the balance of the Kunlun ruins, especially after you suppressed the Sword Sect and the Witchcraft Sect at the same time. It has already made the other supreme sects feel threatened." "So?" Yi Qin smiled lightly. Zi Jue'er was slightly stunned before she said, "Therefore, in order to prevent a war from happening in the Kunlun ruins, we've decided after some discussion that as long as you leave the Kunlun ruins, we'll let this matter go. Did the other 8 sects send you here?" Yi Qin lifted his head and glanced at her. Only then did he realize that this girl had reached the emperor stage at such a young age. "Mr. Yi is a smart man." Zi Jue'er covered her mouth and giggled. "Although you currently have 2 supreme sects and your own combat strength has surpassed Ling Xuanzi and the Witchcraft Sect's sect master, it's impossible for you to defeat them." At this point, her long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "But don't forget that the cultivation bases of the 8 high sects' sect masters aren't weaker than Ling Xuanzi. These people even possess treasures that can suppress the sect's karmic luck. No matter how powerful you are, it's impossible for you to go against the Kunlun ruins, right?" However, Yi Qin suddenly laughed out loud. Zi Jue'er frowned. "Why are you laughing, Mr. Yi? Have you heard what I said during the Sword Sect's grand meeting between Su Qilin and Yi Wushuang?" Yi Qin shook his head lightly as if he was disdainful. "I'm here this time to make the Kunlun ruins submit to me. Otherwise, I'll destroy the entire Kunlun ruins." As his voice fell, Zi Jue'er's expression changed. Clearly, She did not expect him to be so ambitious. Not only did he want to subdue the two supreme sects, he even wanted to subdue the entire Kunlun ruins. What arrogance! An old man in a long robe behind her could not help but sneer. Mad Southerny, our Kunlun ruins has experienced countless years. The foundations of the various sects are beyond your imagination. Even the great Calamity back then did not subdue the Kunlun ruins. Who are you? Yi Qin looked at him and realized that he was a supreme giant. His cultivation base was not weaker than Ling Xuanzi and the rest. The old man smiled proudly. I have no name. I'm just a loyal servant on Purple Cap Mountain. Since you're a servant, what right do you have to interrupt when I'm talking to your master? Yi Chen's eyes were filled with rage, and his voice was like thunder. Get out. The old man in a long robe was furious. Subsequently, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pressure of heaven and earth attacking him. His body could not help but stagger outwards. The sudden scene shocked Zizhuer as well. She could not help but look at Yi Qin. Clearly, she did not expect him to attack, just like that. Yi Qin said coldly, Ms. Z, please go back and tell the 8 high sects that I'll be waiting for them on the day the 9th peak is established in 2 days. As soon as he finished speaking, Zizhuer also felt her body being flung backward uncontrollably, and her heart was filled with terror. Soon, Yi Chen's attitude and what he said came out of Zizhuer's mouth. It shook the entire Kunlun ruins like a hurricane. When the news spread, the Kunlun ruins was in an uproar. Not only did Mad Southerny subdue the sword sect and the witchcraft sect, he even wanted to subdue the entire Kunlun ruins and become the master of the Kunlun ruins. Even though there were some people who respected Yi Chen's monstrous appearance earlier, they could not help but be filled with righteous indignation when they heard that. In all these years, the Kunlun ruins had never had a true master, and no one had ever dared to say that they wanted to subdue the Kunlun ruins. At that moment, everyone in the entire Kunlun ruins was completely enraged. Countless people cursed Yi Qin. As for the Sword Sect's grand event that would change its name to the 9th peak 2 days later, countless people chose not to go. They wanted to use this opportunity to embarrass Yi Qin. As one of the 10 ancient families, the Luo clan, when many clansmen saw Luo Tianya return, they started an intense argument with the patriarch in the room. There were even signs of fighting. When Luo Tianya walked out of the room with a swollen face, an extremely important piece of news spread throughout the Kunlun ruins. In 2 days, the Luo clan will arrive at the Sword Sect with generous gifts to congratulate the Sword Sect on changing its name to the 9th peak. After the Luo clan, the other 6 ancient families expressed their stance one after another. In 2 days, the Tang clan, Yin clan, Xiang clan, Tong clan, Gu clan, and Qin clan will arrive at the Sword Sect with generous gifts to congratulate the Sword Sect on changing its name to the 9th peak. When the news spread, the Kunlun ruins was shaken. No one expected the 7 ancient families to stand on Yi Chen's side without hesitation when he became the public enemy of the Kunlun ruins. On the other hand, the 8 high sects were enraged. Dao sect, Heaven Dao Peak. Many terrifying killing intent pierced through the clouds. Countless powerhouses were furious. Mad Southerny killed our Dao sect's Daoist. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today he wants to suppress our Kunlun ruins. The Dao sect and Mad Southerny are irreconcilable. Star Sect's sect master, Xing Qinzi, issued an oral order. From today onwards, the Star Sect announces war with Mad Southerny. All the sects under the Star Sect are not allowed to participate in the establishment of the 9th peak. Those who violate this rule will have their entire family exterminated. The Devil Sect announces war with Mad Southerny. The Ghoul Sect announces war with Mad Southerny. The Spirit Talisman Sect announces war with Mad Southerny. Oral orders that were filled with extreme killing, intent spread throughout the entire Kunlun ruins, one after another. It was like a tsunami that caused the Kunlun ruins, which had been silent for hundreds of years, to completely boil. Oh my God, other than Purple Cap Mountain, all the 7 high sects have declared war with Mad Southern Yi. The Kunlun ruins is going to be in chaos. That's not all. Coupled with the dozens of sects under the 7 high sects, the entire Kunlun ruins is moving for Mad Southern Yi alone. Although Mad Southern Yi has 2 supreme sects, how can he be a match for the 7 high sects? He's really courting death this time. Countless people's eyes landed on Yi Qin and the 7 high sections. They were shocked. Everyone knew that what was going to happen next was about to change the situation in the Kunlun ruins. 2 days passed in a flash. On the 22nd of December, 2018 in the Kunlun ruins calendar, the Sword Sect's name change ceremony officially began. Chapter 911. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the red clouds in the horizon, the entire Sword Sect became busy in an orderly manner. With Yi Wushuang in the lead and Elder Qingxian and the rest as support, they stood on the 9th peak and quietly sized up the entire Sword Sect. Ever since the battle between Yi Chen, Ling Xuanzi, and the peak masters of the 1st peak to the 8th peak, almost all the facilities in the Sword Sect were destroyed. Although Elder Qingxian had arranged for people to start repairing it, the conditions were limited. Coupled with the lack of time, the Sword Sect looked a little tattered. Yi Wushuang asked slowly, Elder Qingxian, is it very difficult to repair the destroyed mountain peak and spirit veins in my Sword Sect? Very difficult. A hint of difficulty flashed across Elder Qingxian's face when he heard this. These mountains and spirit veins were created by the great figures of the Sword Sect with great effort and time. Once they're destroyed, it'll take a very long time to repair. In other words, the establishment of my 9th peak today will instead become the laughingstock of the Kunlun ruins? Yi Wushuang's sword-like eyes narrowed slightly. Elder Qingxian sighed and did not say anything. Yi Wushuang asked again, have you prepared the spiritual fruits and delicacies for the guests? I prepared a little, but I don't know if it's enough. Elder Qingxian shook his head slightly. In the past few days, our Sword Sect has been ostracized by the Kunlun ruins. The disciples in charge of purchasing items down the mountain have all returned empty-handed. Yi Wushuang's eyes turned colder again when he heard that. At this moment, Gu Quan quickly walked over and cupped his fists. Junior brother, Elder Qingxian, the auspicious hour is almost here. Should we inform the peak master to come out of seclusion? No need. Yi Wushuang glanced at the cave abode that was enveloped by the formation and shook his head. Big brother is in closed-door cultivation. We'll do this. Ring the bell. Elder Qingxian ordered. As his voice fell, someone immediately walked to the side and tore off a piece of red cloth that was nearly 10 feet wide. The first thing that came into view was a giant silver bell that was floating in the air. Its surface was covered in 5 colored runes, and it looked luxurious and mysterious. Following that, a few burly men carried an incomparably huge golden hammer and walked over. Boom! As the golden hammer fiercely struck the giant silver bell, circles of dazzling silver halos blossomed from the giant silver bell. For a time, the extremely vast and grand sound of the bell resounded throughout the entire Sword Sect. In the end, the sound of the bell charged out of the Sword Sect and covered every single corner of the Sword Sect. At this moment, the gazes of countless powers focused when they heard the incessant ringing of the bell. It's the Skyquake bell! The Sword Sect's rebranding ceremony has begun. Hee, what's the use of that? Someone smirked coldly. The 7 high sects have already declared war on Mad Southern Yi. They don't allow their subordinates to attend the ceremony. Mad Southern Yi is simply asking to be humiliated by insisting on holding a name change ceremony. I'm afraid the so-called 9th peak is going to become a joke in the Kunlun ruins now. Many powers that were waiting in an area of 500 m around the Sword Sect revealed expressions of ridicule and ridicule. Even though they weren't participating in the Sword Sect's name change ceremony, It didn't mean that they were willing to give up on this opportunity to watch the sword sect make a fool of itself. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the sky, and a huge black shadow swept over from the horizon. Someone cried out in surprise, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked over and saw that the huge black shadow was getting closer and closer. In the end, its face was revealed. It was a giant eagle that was almost 60 meters tall. On the head of the giant eagle was a young man whose entire body was wrapped in a faint golden halo. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, and his aura pierced through the sky. That's the cloud-splitting eagle, the mount of the Luo clan's patriarch. Looks like the Luo clan from the 12 ancient clans has arrived. The patriarch of the Luo clan isn't here. Luo Tianya is the one leading the team. The patriarch of the Luo clan is really cunning. Although he agreed to stand with Mad Southerny, he sent a junior here. Obviously, he wants to leave a way out. Seeing this, many people who came to watch the show shook their heads and discussed animatedly. Following that, a few more black shadows swept over from the sky. It's the Tang clan, the Ying clan, and the Xiong clan. Oh my god, the 7 ancient clans are really here. Before the crowd could react, a huge black bat flew over like a dark cloud covering the sky. Over a dozen figures with incomparably terrifying auras stood on the black bat. Their might practically caused the heavens and earth to change color. It's the witchcraft sect. From the sect master to the supreme elder of the witchcraft sect, more than 10 supreme giants have all arrived. Looks like the rumors are true. Mad Southerny has indeed suppressed the witchcraft sect. Otherwise, the witchcraft sect wouldn't have made such a huge lineup. Seeing the scene, everyone on the ground was shocked. Even though they were unwilling to believe it, they had to admit that Mad Southerny, who had suppressed the witchcraft sect, had the right to challenge any supreme sect in the Kunlun ruins. An angry roar came from the sword sect's gate. "Who are you? This is an important place of the 9th peak. Quickly land on the ground and walk, or else you'll be killed." At the next moment, a sword gleam tore through the sky and blocked the path of the countless figures in the sky. When the sword gleam descended, an old man holding a sword appeared. That's the former Elder Heaven, sword of the sword sect. He's also a supreme giant. Rumor has it that he was suppressed by Mad Southerny to the point of guarding the sect. Oh my god, only Mad Southerny would do such a thing to have a supreme giant guard the sect. An uproar swept out from the ground one after another. The uproar was mixed with disbelief. So it's fellow Heaven Sword. In the witchcraft sect's camp, the sect master stepped out. I'm Wu Tianho, the sect master of the witchcraft sect. Today, I brought the witchcraft sect to congratulate Master Mad Southerny on the establishment of the sect. Luo Tianya, the junior of the Luo family, greets Senior Heaven Sword. We're here on the orders of the family to congratulate Mad Southerny on the establishment of the sect, Luo Tianya said seriously. Tang family's junior, Tang Yiming, greets Ying family, Xiong family. In an instant, the 7 ancient clans bowed one after another. Elder Heaven's Sword took a deep breath in and opened the sword sect's formation. Everyone, please enter! After the 7 ancient clans and the witchcraft sect, no other forces came. Not even a bird flew over the sword sect's gate. The people who were waiting 500 m away from the sword sect to watch the show started laughing, and then they spread the news about it. Ha ha ha, as expected. Other than the 7 ancient clans and the witchcraft sect, no one else in the entire Kunlun ruins came. This time, Mad Southerny is really embarrassed. When the entire Kunlun ruins heard the news, countless forces immediately mocked him as if they had heard a funny joke. Mad Southerny is too arrogant. A Star Sect disciple sneered, "This is the outcome of going against our 7 high sections. If the 7 high sects join forces, he will have no place in the Kunlun ruins." Chapter 912. In the entire Kunlun ruins, Only the 7 ancient clans and the witchcraft sect came to congratulate the sword sect's rebranding ceremony. Not only was the outside world shocked, even the people from the sword sect did not expect this outcome. In the sword sect, Luo Tianya ordered someone to hand over a generous gift. Then he cupped his fists at Elder Qingxian, Yi Wushuang, and the rest and said, "The Luo family has specially offered 10,000-year-old herbs. May the 9th peak live forever in Kunlun." As soon as these words were spoken, Elder Qingxian and the others were shocked. 1,000-year-old herbs were rare even in the Kunlun ruins. They did not expect the Luo family to give them 10 in one go. Tang Yiming from the Tang family also said, "The Tang family has specially offered 500 kilograms of gold crystals and 500 kilograms of mysterious Yin sand. May the 9th peak live forever in Kunlun." The Xiang family has specially offered a piece of 1,000-year-old ice iron. The Ying family, in an instant, the 7 ancient clans and the witchcraft sect offered generous gifts one after another. Elder Qingxian and the rest expressed their gratitude. Seemingly sensing that there were too few people coming to congratulate them, the atmosphere became a little awkward. On the other hand, Luo Shuiyao, who was behind Luo Tianya, took 2 steps forward and walked to Yi Wushuang. She sized him up with her beautiful eyes. "You're Yi Wushuang?" Yi Wushuang nodded slightly. Luo Shuiyao circled around him and sized him up, chattering nonstop. "Tiski, you're so handsome. You're indeed, as the rumors say." Yi Wushuang was already used to this. Only his junior sister, Hua Ling, stepped forward to stop her with extreme vigilance. She said with an unfriendly gaze, "Speak if you want to. Don't look at little junior brother lustfully." "I'm lustful." Luo Shuiyao was instantly speechless. After looking at her slyly for a few seconds, she immediately reacted, "So someone's jealous." Hua Ling blushed. "Who's jealous?" "Don't worry." Luo Shuiyao patted her shoulder. "I won't snatch your little junior brother from you. He's not my type." The little girl was so angry that her body trembled. "Yao Yao." Luo Tianya immediately berated him before stepping forward and clasping his fists at Yi Wushuang. "Greetings, Brother Wushuang. I've long heard of Brother Wushuang's name. Now that I've met you today, you really live up to your reputation." What he said was not a compliment, but it came from the bottom of his heart. As he came into close contact with Yi Wushuang, the energy in his body could not help but shake. This meant that Yi Wushuang might be more powerful than him. Luo Tianya asked again, "Why don't I see Brother Yi?" "Yeah, where's Yi Qin?" Luo Shuiyao also reacted, "I've been here for a long time. Why haven't I seen him? Could he be hiding?" "The Peak Master is cultivating in seclusion." Elder Qingxian smiled faintly, but before he could finish speaking, the 9th summit suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, muffled thunderous booms rang out in all directions, and the world's yuan qi in the entire sky surged violently. A 5-colored ray of light shot out from the 9th summit. Eventually, Yi Chun was revealed. The supreme giants, including the witchcraft sect master, knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Master!" At the same time, their hearts were shaken. Their intuition told them that Yi Chun seemed to have become stronger again. "Greetings, Peak Master." Elder Qingxian and the rest took the lead and cupped their fists. In an instant, all the disciples in the sword sect knelt on one knee. "Everyone, please rise." Yi Chen looked at Luo Tianya and the rest and said while smiling, "Thank you for coming to watch the sword sect's name change." "Peak Master Yi, you're too kind." "We don't dare." Luo Tianya and the rest shook their heads immediately. Yi Chen smiled lightly and scanned the entire place. He took a deep breath in and said, "From today onwards, the sword sect will officially change its name to the 9th peak. I'll be the temporary peak master. Wait." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone. Then, an old man walked out from the crowd. The old man hesitated and said, Immortal Yi, I was originally an elder of the first peak. I would like to leave the sword sect today. Please allow me. Following his words, the entire place fell into dead silence. No one expected that someone would choose to leave on the day the sword sect changed its name. Elder Qin, how dare you? Elder Qing Xian was furious. Yi Chen looked at Elder Qin calmly and smiled lightly. Give me a reason. Elder Chen was clearly afraid of his might, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Immortal Yi, you've offended the 7 high sections. It's equivalent to becoming enemies with the Kunlun ruins. I don't want to die with you. The moment he said that, killing intent gradually surged from Yi Wushuang's body. Yi Chen raised his hand to stop him. He glanced at everyone. Is there anyone else who wants to leave the 9th peak? Me too. Another old man took a step forward and braced himself. I was originally an elder of the 8th peak. I also want to leave the 9th peak. Me too. With the two of them taking the lead, more than 20 pseudo-emperor stage elders stood out one after another. All of them wanted to leave the renamed Sword Sect. Seeing that so many people were supporting him, Elder Chen's confidence increased. Immortal Yi, we don't want to become enemies with you, nor do we dare to. We just want to seek a way out. You won't stop us, right? No, why would I? Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He shook his head lightly and said, You guys can leave. I approve it. Peak Master. Elder Qing Xian's expression changed. There were more than 20 pseudo-emperor stage powerhouses. If they withdrew, the 9th peak would definitely suffer a great loss in the future, and it would become a true joke. He was not the only one. Even Luo Tinya and the rest did not expect Yi Chen to agree. Only Yi Wushuang looked at the 20 people as if he was looking at a dead man. Yi Chen shouted, Let them go! Elder Qin took a good look at Yi Chen. Seeing that he did not look like he was faking it, he gritted his teeth and walked out of the 9th peak first. With him taking the lead, the rest hesitated for a moment before following suit. These people would turn around every few steps, afraid that Yi Chen would go back on his word and attack them. However, Yi Chen did not move from the beginning to the end. He merely glanced at Yi Wushuang coldly and said softly, Kill them all! It was only when these people walked out of the 9th peak that they heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Chen, who was the leader, smirked coldly. I thought that Mad Southern Yi was a formidable person, but I didn't expect him to be so indecisive and soft-hearted. What are you waiting for? Let's go. If he goes back on his word, it'll be too late for us to run, an elder said before flying into the distance. When the other forces that had been guarding outside the 9th peak saw this scene, they revealed puzzled expressions. Elder Chen immediately shouted, Everyone, we've already left the 9th peak. From now on, we have nothing to do with the 9th peak. I hope that you won't attack us. As soon as he finished speaking, the other forces outside the 9th peak could not help but burst into an uproar, followed by earth-shaking laughter. Ha ha ha! There are actually so many people who are willing to leave the 9th peak. The 9th peak is completely finished now. Stupid Mad Southern Yi. Does he really think that so many people are willing to go against the 7 high sects and the Kunlun ruins with him? Right at this moment, a sharp sword intent suddenly appeared out of thin air. At the next moment, a white-robed figure shot out from the 9th peak, and a sword gleam directly slashed at Elder Qin. Since you're not from the 9th peak, you're an enemy of the 9th peak, so the outcome is death. In an instant, screams rang out. Chapter 913. Within the 9th peak. The world was dead silent. Everyone listened quietly to the screams outside. A chill uncontrollably seeped into the depths of their souls. Dead, including Elder Qin. The 20-odd pseudo-emperor almighties were all dead. There was no exception. Countless gazes uncontrollably landed on the skinny figure as their faces twitched one after another. Even Luo Tinya and the other members of the 7 ancient clans were no exception. It was too ruthless. Those were more than 20 pseudo-emperor stage almighties. He killed them just like that. Shock, disbelief, regret, and other emotions erupted like seaweed, surging in the hearts of countless people. This was especially so for those who had secretly regretted not standing up earlier after seeing Elder Chin and the others leave safely. At this moment, they could only rejoice that they managed to hold on for a while. Otherwise, they would have died under Yi Wuxuang's sword. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Yi Wuxuang returned again. Big brother, kill them all. His white robe was not stained with any blood at all, and his expression was still as cold as ice that would not melt for 1,000 years. Yi Chen nodded lightly. His gaze landed on the close to 10,009th peak, disciples present, and smiled lightly. Since you guys chose to stay, I won't mistreat you. As soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage shot out from his sleeve. The afterimage shot into the air and eventually turned into a huge cauldron that was 60 meters tall. Rumble! As the mouth of the cauldron faced down, medicinal pills poured down like a flood. From afar, it looked like the heavenly river was flowing backwards. Everyone's eyes widened in an instant, and then they became incomparably passionate. The medicinal pills were like mountains and rivers. Many people had never seen so many medicinal pills in their lives. Yi Chen stood in the wind and waved his sleeve. Endless medicinal pills fell into the crowd. This is the reward that I'm going to give you guys. From now on, all of your offerings and treatment will be increased tenfold. These medicinal pills were not refined by him, but the treasures of the sword sect and the witchcraft sect. They were all stored in the witch cauldron. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths resounded. A pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse stood out and said in disbelief, "Peak Master, these pills are all for us." That's right. Peak Master, you just said that our monthly offerings and treatment will really increase by 10 times. Another pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse stood out with bloodshot eyes. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Of course, I always keep my word. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was shocked. However, there were still rational people who did not believe him. Peak Master, if it's really as you said, where did the 9th peak get so many resources to support us? His words immediately caused many people to calm down. Yes, the mountainous pile of medicinal pills before him was practically the sword sect storage for over 1,000 years, right? Once they were all used up, where would they get more in the future? Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back as he met everyone's gaze. That's what I'm going to say next. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and said, Let me ask all of you, what is a sword? What is a sword cultivator? No one spoke, and their eyes were filled with contemplation. In my opinion, the sword doesn't adhere to worldly things. The sword is in the heart. The sword is the heart is the sword is the Tao, and the Tao is the sword, Yi Chen said slowly. As for sword cultivators, they're neither arrogant nor rash. They're unyielding and fearless. They're supreme. They face difficulties and fight for their lives against the heavens. All of you were disciples of the sword sect, and the sword sect is the #1 sword cultivation sect in the Kunlun ruins. However, you're so narrow-minded that you want to be on par with the other 8 high sects. This is against the sword Tao. The world was silent. Only Yi Chen's voice shook the sky. Now, the 7 high sects and even the entire Kunlun ruins have declared war on the 9th peak. They look down on us and want to destroy the swords in your hands. Let me ask you, what should you do? The entire place was silent. Yi Chen's words reverberated in everyone's ears like thunder. A soundless rage surged in everyone's hearts gradually. A pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse stepped forward and said, Peak Master, tell us, what should we do? What should we do? Yi Chen stood in the air. Of course, pick up the swords in your hands and charge over. We'll destroy their sect, kill their pride, and destroy their inheritance. As the saying goes, Those who pursue the heavenly Tao know that there are many things to be feared between life and death. However, we can only walk slowly. He took a deep breath in. Anyone who goes against the sword in our hands will be destroyed. Even if there's only one person and one sword left, as long as the heart of the sword doesn't die, we'll definitely not yield. At this point, he suddenly spoke, and his thunderous voice shook the sky. Where are the disciples of the sword sect? Are the swords in your hands still there? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qing Xian immediately stepped forward and shouted, I sacrifice my blood to the emperor. The sword is not in my heart, but my life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tens of thousands of people knelt on one knee. I sacrifice my blood to the emperor. The sword is not in my heart, but my life. I sacrifice my blood to the emperor. The sword is not in my heart, but my life. Countless sword and tents filled the sky, causing the people from the 7 ancient clans and the witchcraft sect to be moved. The blood of all the disciples of the 9th peak boiled at that moment. It was the purest heart of a sword cultivator that erupted. Under this aura, Luo Shuiyao's pretty face changed, and she was shocked. What is this guy trying to do? What exactly is he trying to do? At that moment, Yi Qin took a step forward and shouted like thunder. All disciples of the 9th peak, listen up. Today is the day the 9th peak is established. It's also the day we raise our sword Tao and sacrifice our sword peak. I hereby declare war on the 7 high sections. All disciples of the 9th peak move out. Pick up the swords in your hands and destroy the 7 high sects. The moment he said that, Elder Qing Xian brandished his sword and roared, Everyone, pick up the swords in your hands and destroy the 7 high sections. Use the blood of the 7 high sects to restore the dignity of the 9th peak. Boom! At that moment, nearly 30 pseudo-emperor stage powerhouses soared into the sky on their swords. Then, more and more sword gleams condensed in the sky. The clouds began to churn and the air trembled. With the 3 feet of mountain and river in my hand, I sacrifice my blood to the emperor. I capture all the demons and bring them back to earth. I take in the traitors and bring them down. I swear my allegiance to the emperor dynasty. The sun, moon, and stars will sing a song of victory. Yi Qin stood on a sword gleam and took the lead to charge out of the 9th peak. Disciples of the 9th peak, follow me and kill. Kill. In an instant, thousands of sword gleams followed closely behind, like a huge meteor shower caused by the collapse of the stars. Crazy, this guy is crazy. Luo Shuiyao cried out in shock. Luo Tianya sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart trembling. He's completely awakened the bloodthirst of these lunatics. It's chaos. The Kunlun ruins is going to be in chaos. P.S. Chapter 4 has been updated today. I'll continue tomorrow. Chapter 9:14. 5 kilometers away from the newly renamed 9th peak. At this moment, countless forces from all over the Kunlun ruins had already gathered. There were thousands of people from the 7 high sects among them. Everyone was still staring at the scene where Yi Wushuang had killed the 20-odd pseudo-emperor almighties who had left the sword sect. Mad Southern Yi is so ruthless. Those were more than 20 pseudo-emperor almighties. Yet he killed them just like that. That's right. Any one of them has a chance to step into the emperor stage. Over 20 of them are comparable to the upper echelons of a supreme sect. Countless people whispered to each other, their eyes filled with shock. Mad Southern Yi is digging his own grave. A member of the 7 high sects sneered. After killing nearly 20 pseudo-emperors, the 9th peak strength will drop by more than half. In that case, they're even less of a match for our 7 high sects. That's right. When the 7 high sects join forces, destroying the 9th peak and the witchcraft sect will be a piece of cake. Another person's face was filled with killing intent. Without the 9th peak and the witchcraft sect, what's the difference between Mad Southern Yi and a tiger without claws and fangs? Just as everyone was talking, they suddenly heard a tsunami-like voice sweep over. I sacrifice my blood for the Yellow Emperor. My sword is not in my heart, but my life. Kill, kill, kill. Destroy the seventh sex and raise my sword's might. The shouts grew louder and louder, almost filling the entire sky at that moment. It was as if millions of people were shouting at the same time, and the might was almost earth-shattering. What a powerful killing intent! Someone's expression changed, and he could not help but ask subconsciously, "What happened?" At this moment, someone cried out in surprise, "What's that?" Everyone immediately looked in the direction he was looking at. Soon after, everyone's expressions froze. Sword gleam, endless sword gleam. Figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Killing intent, earth-shattering killing intent. They seemed like numerous ferocious beasts in human form, and they carried suffocating killing intent as they charged over like an army of thousands of men and horses. Under such terrifying might, the clouds churned and the space trembled, as if it could not bear the weight. While they were in a daze, a shocking sword light shot out from the sword light that filled the sky, revealing a thin figure. Yi Chen stood in the air and roared, "Where are the sword sect's disciples? Do you still have your swords?" Nearly 10,000 Ninth Summit disciples shouted at the top of their lungs, "I sacrifice my blood for the Emperor! My sword is not in my heart, but my life!" At that moment, orderly and powerful voices shook the world. At that moment, all the disciples of the Ninth Summit felt their blood boil. The people in front are sent by the various sects in the Kunlun ruins to laugh at our ninth peak. They look down on us and look down on us. Yi Chen spoke again, his voice reverberating in all directions. "Do you dare to pick up the swords in your hands and fight them? I'll turn all of them into ashes. Kill!" Elder Qing Xian was the first to step on his sword. "Kill! Kill, kill, kill!" The team of nearly 10,000 people rushed towards the thousands of people in the distance with the momentum of a thunderbolt. The strong killing intent almost materialized. Oh no! Seeing this scene, a disciple from one of the 7 high sects suddenly snapped to his senses. His expression changed drastically as he said, "They're rebelling! The ninth peak is rebelling. They're charging towards us." Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the thousands of people present burst into an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The ninth peak is actually taking the initiative to start a war with them. Is the ninth peak going to war with the Kunlun ruins? How is this possible? This thought appeared in everyone's mind at almost the same time. One had to know that in the history of the Kunlun ruins, there had never been an example of a sect starting a war with the Kunlun ruins. The disparity was simply too great, unless a certain sect wanted to seek its own destruction. However, the truth was right before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. In the blink of an eye, many figures flashed into the distance. Crazy! Crazy! The ninth peak has gone crazy! The ninth peak was going to war with the Kunlun ruins. They could not wait to spread the news. However, before they could leap far, they bounced back heavily as if they had collided with an invisible barrier. It was the spiritual barrier that Yi Chen had cast. It could cover a radius of a kilometer. Even a supreme giant would have to spend a lot of effort to tear it apart. But it was this pause. The tens of thousands of disciples of the ninth peak had already closed in. A pseudo-emperor stage, Almighty had his arms severed and retreated. "Ninth peak, what are you trying to do?" However, the pseudo-emperor stage elder from the ninth peak did not waste any time with him. He raised his sword and charged over again. Not long after, a corpse appeared on the ground. "I'm the young master of the glacier stream. If you dare to kill me, the glacier stream will not let you off." A young man roared. A sword gleam slashed over. In the next moment, his body was sliced into 2. "Mad Southern Yi, how dare you!" A woman from the Tao sect who was dressed extremely seductively was in despair. "Do you know that I'm from the Tao sect of the 7 high sects?" How dare you kill me? Aren't you afraid that my Tao sect, pissed? Before she could finish speaking, her head was completely separated from her body. She was dead. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I surrender. Mad Southern Yi, tell them to stop. We don't want to die. We're willing to submit to the 9th peak. I'll fight it out with you guys. For a moment, all sorts of cries, screams, and begging for mercy could be heard. It was as if they had fallen into hell on earth. On the other hand, the eyes of the 9th peak disciples were bloodshot. They did not care if the other party resisted or not. They raised their swords and killed. The Master Stage disciples killed the Master Stage enemies, and the Martial Venerable Stage disciples killed the Martial Venerable Stage enemies, from the beginning to the end. Yi Chen stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He watched everything expressionlessly. He had no intention of attacking at all. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The ground was filled with corpses. There were people from the various sects in the Kunlun ruins and people from the 9th peak. However, in general, the 9th peak had fewer casualties. Firstly, they had the advantage in numbers. Secondly, they were united and united. Thirdly, the enemy was only concerned about their own formation at this time, so they were caught unprepared. When the people from the 7 ancient clans who had rushed over saw this scene, they fell silent. However, they were shocked. The people who died at the scene were all from the various sects in the Kunlun ruins. There was no lack of people from the 7 high sects among them. The 9th peak's actions could be considered to have completely cut off their path of retreat. Disciples, recover your true origin energy and check your injuries. Yi Chen said slowly, leave 20 people to take care of the injured and send the dead of the 9th peak back to the sect. Yes, a thunderous voice exploded. At that moment, Yi Chen's position in the hearts of all the disciples of the 9th peak became supreme. Yi Chen said again, "Where's Wu Tianhou?" "Yes, sir." The witchcraft sect master responded. "Return to the witchcraft sect quickly and lead the people from the witchcraft sect to attack from the west. Form an encirclement with me." Yi Chen's cold voice was heard. "If you encounter any obstructions along the way, just sweep through them. Destroy all sects and sects." Chapter 9:15. Master, our witchcraft sect and corpse sect are both in the far west. If our witchcraft sect goes all out. The witchcraft sect master revealed a troubled expression when he heard that. "I'm worried that the corpse sect was also a supreme sect in the Kunlun ruins. Their cultivation method was no less strange than the witchcraft sect's. It was said that the leader of the corpse sect had a drought demon and 3 gold-armored corpses to suppress the sect. Their combat power was not to be underestimated." "Where's Elder Heaven's sword?" Yi Chen shouted. A sword light shot forward, and Elder Heaven's sword bowed and said, "Master, I'm here." Yi Chen looked at him with a burning gaze. "Return to the far west with Wu Tianhou and over 10 supreme giants of the witchcraft sect. Flatten the corpse sect." "Yes, sir." Elder Heaven's sword was shocked. Yi Chen lifted his head to look at the 7 ancient clans after saying that. His gaze landed on Luo Tinya and his sister. "Brother Luo, Ms. Luo, I want to change the Kunlun ruins. It's time for you to make a choice." As his voice fell, the expressions of the people from the 7 ancient clans changed immediately. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Chen to ask them to make a choice directly. They came to attend the Sword Sect's rebranding ceremony, but it did not mean that they were completely on Yi Chen's side. Even though Yi Chen had 2 supreme sects, everyone thought that he was no match for the 7 high sections. Under such circumstances, if they chose the wrong side, they would most likely be consigned to eternal damnation. For a moment, the Tang family, Ing family, and the other 6 ancient clans could not help but look at Luo Tinya. After all, the Luo family was the leader of the 7 ancient clans. Luo Tinya's eyes flickered a few times. Then he took a step forward and laughed out loud. "Since Brother Yi has such courage, why would I show any cowardice? My Luo family has rebelled. My Luo family has rebelled." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the other 6 ancient clans changed. A few seconds later, Tang Yiming of the Tang family stepped forward and said with a bitter smile, "Fine, I'll accompany Madman Luo in his madness. My Tang family is rebelling. My Ing family is rebelling. My Xiang family is rebelling. My Tong clan is rebelling. My Gu family has rebelled. My Qin clan is rebelling." Boom! At this moment, everyone from the 7 ancient clans expressed their stance. Their imposing auras soared into the sky, causing space to tremble. The 7 ancient clans all had a supreme giant guarding them. This meant that Yi Chen had 7 more supreme giants under him. "All right, everyone, since you trust me, I naturally won't disappoint you." Yi Chen tapped between his brows. 7 divine consciousness imprints shot into the glabella of the people in charge of the 7 ancient clans. Luo Tianya and the others suddenly felt an inexplicable memory surge into their minds, and they were instantly shocked. After digesting those memories, they looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Life Essence Pill. Yi Chen gave each of them the pill formula of the longevity pill. 1 Life Essence Pill could increase one's lifespan by 20 years, but a person could only take 3. Taking more would not take effect. Even so, it could still increase one's lifespan by 60 years. How could they not be shocked? Luo Tinya secretly took a deep breath and said, "Brother Yi, this gift of yours is a little too much. If you give it to the people from the 7 high sects, I'm afraid they will submit to you. I don't want people who curry favor with the rich and powerful." Yi Chen smiled lightly and said again, "Brother Luo, Brother Tang, go back and force the corpse sect to submit together with the witchcraft sect." At this point, the smile on his face suddenly turned extremely cold. "If they're unwilling, then we'll flatten them." Yes, an earth-shattering roar shook the sky. "Disciples of the 9th peak, follow me." Yi Chen flung his sleeves and charged into the sky with a sword gleam. "The sharp swords in your hands won't return to their sheaths until they kill all of the Kunlun ruins." Boom! Thousands of sword gleams tore through the air and followed closely behind. The shocking killing intent did not dissipate as time passed. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Heaven Luo City. This was a city less than 100 kilometers away from the 9th peak, and it governed a radius of 500 kilometers. It was governed by a sect called the Ancient Sword Sect, and the Ancient Sword Sect was originally a force under the Sword Sect. However, after the 7 high sects announced that they would fight Yi Chen, the Ancient Sword Sect changed sides and announced that they would leave the Sword Sect. They were irreconcilable with Yi Chen. Meanwhile, in the Ancient Sword Sect, Sect Leader, I've already informed the merchants in Heaven Luo City according to your instructions. I won't allow them to sell anything to the people of the 9th peak. A disciple walked in quickly and said respectfully to an old man on the main seat, "Some of the original shops of the 9th peak have been raided by me." At this point, he took out a heaven-earth pouch and handed it over with both hands. "Sect Leader, everything we've seized is inside." The Ancient Sword Sect leader, Tan Feng, took it. After casually sizing it up, he was extremely satisfied. "Li Xian, you've done well. Go and receive your reward." After the disciple left, an elder of the Ancient Sword Sect could not help but say, "Sect Leader, if we treat the 9th peak like this, it's equivalent to rebelling." "Will we, idiot?" Tan Feng smirked coldly. "The 7 high sects have already declared war on the 9th peak. I'm afraid, Mad Southern, he can't even take care of himself right now. He might even be trembling in fear. Why would he care about us? Moreover, if we don't change sides soon, it'll be too late for regrets when the 7 high sects make their move." He made a solemn vow and said, "Based on what I know, nearly 20 small sects under the 9th peak have all switched sides, and our Gujian sect isn't missing. Sect Leader is wise." The elder immediately bowed in admiration. "It's not that I'm wise, but Mad Southern Yi is too arrogant. He actually wants to become enemies with the 7 high sects. When Tan Feng heard this, a hint of mockery flashed through his eyes. This is clearly a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once the 9th peak is destroyed, our ancient sword sect might be able to replace it. At that moment, the entire ancient sword sect trembled violently. Then, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. What happened? Tan Feng immediately shouted. A disciple stumbled in and stammered, "Sect? Sect leader, bad news, bad news. The people of the 9th peak have killed their way in." What? Tan Feng's expression immediately changed, and he leaped out without saying a word. The first thing that entered his eyes was the sword light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. That might cause the people of ancient sword sect to be horrified. Tan Feng hurriedly knelt on the ground while trembling in fear. "Greetings, senior." "I, ancient sword sect leader, Tan Feng, greet you. I didn't know that you were coming. Please forgive me." In the air, Yi Qin looked down at the ancient sword sect disciples expressionlessly. Elder Qing Xian stepped forward and said, "Peak Master, the ancient sword sect has betrayed the 9th peak. Destroyed." 2 short words came out of Yi Chen's mouth. Immediately, the killing intent between heaven and earth became extremely dense. It also sentenced the ancient sword sect to death. "No!" Tan Feng roared. "Immortal Yi, Peak Master Yi, spare us, spare us. We were forced to do this. We're willing to set things right." However, no one listened to his explanation. What replaced it was a bloody massacre. Chapter 9:16. The ancient sword sect was only a second-rate sect. The sect master, Tan Feng, was only at the pseudo-emperor stage, let alone the elders and disciples. Therefore, the people of the 9th peak ended the battle within the short time it took for an incense stick to burn. They destroyed the entire ancient sword sect without any effort. The only thing that surprised Yi Qin was that this tiny second-rate sect actually owned a small mine. The mine was filled with countless mystic stones. The ancient sword sect's facilities were luxurious. There were strange mountains and rocks, precious flowers and trees, and many spiritual birds. Retrieve! Yi Qin took out the witch cauldron and stored all of the ancient sword sect's mystic stone mine into it. He then said, "Leave 100 people behind to move all the strange mountains, rocks, flowers, and trees of the ancient sword sect back to the 9th peak and rebuild the sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a few pseudo-emperors immediately unleashed their great divinities and worked together to move away a strange mountain that was 60 meters tall. They even captured the crane and did not let go of the bird's nest. Yi Wushuang's clear eyes slowly looked at Elder Qingxian. "Elder Qingxian, didn't you say that the destroyed peak of the 9th peak can't be repaired? Isn't there one now?" Elder Qingxian's face twitched a few times. In the end, he forced out a sentence. "The feeling of destroying a sect is so satisfying." He had a feeling that if Yi Chun continued to lead the 9th peak, it might turn into a bunch of robbers who robbed houses. "Ha ha ha, how is that bad?" Yi Qin laughed out loud when he heard that, in the words of a great man, although we don't have guns, the enemy can make them for us. Let's go to the next one. In just 2 hours, Yi Chun led the people of the 9th peak to destroy nearly 20 sects, cities, and countless families, almost at the same time. In the far west within the corpse sect, the world was filled with endless killing intent. The witchcraft sect had gathered the strength of the entire sect to suppress the corpse sect. The witchcraft sect's sect master, Wu Tianho, commanded more than 10 supreme giants to cross the sky and shouted coldly, "Old Luo, it's rare for me to come here. Aren't you going to meet an old friend?" Boom! As his voice fell, a loud noise suddenly came from the depths of the corpse sect. Then, under everyone's gaze, a red coffin broke through the ground and shot into the sky. Ka, ka, ka! A withered arm suddenly stretched out from the coffin, and then a black shadow broke through the coffin lid and shot out. It was an old man, completely covered in black cloth. The old man's face was covered in livor mortis spots, making him look like a living dead. However, with the appearance of this person, a chilling storm instantly arose and an unparalleled pressure of Een energy completely swept through the world. Sect Master. Countless disciples of the corpse sect were in awe and fear. A cold snort came from the old man. Wu Tianho, why did you bring the witchcraft sect here today? What do you mean? Wu Tianho put on a fake smile. I'm here under the order of my master, Mad Southerny. I'm here to demand an explanation from the corpse cult. Are you guys going to submit to my master, or are you going to be wiped out? Ha ha ha. The corpse sect master threw his head back and laughed loudly. His voice was extremely sharp. Wu Tianho, you're the sect master of a supreme sect after all. I didn't expect you to acknowledge a brat as your master. You've really disappointed me. My master's power is beyond your imagination. Wu Tianho's gaze turned cold as he suddenly shouted, Old Luo, I'll ask you one last time. Is your corpse sect going to surrender or be destroyed? Destroy my corpse sect? The corpse sect master said coldly, Wu Tianho, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Your witchcraft sect and my corpse sect are on par in strength. After so many years, there's been constant friction, but you haven't destroyed my corpse sect. At this point, his gaze swept across the dozen or so supreme giants behind Wu Tianho. Moreover, my corpse sect has several supreme giants, which are no less than your witchcraft sect. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 black coffins broke out from the ground. 10 black coffins broke out of the ground. The coffin lids opened at the same time, revealing more than 20 black shadows. There were 10 people and 10 corpses. Every single one of them was comparable to a supreme giant. Wu Tianho, I really want to know how you're going to destroy my corpse sect. The corpse sect master laughed out loud. Even though he was prepared, Wu Tianho's expression could not help but change. Then he took a deep breath in and said slowly, 7 of you come out. Boom! As soon as he said that, 7 extremely powerful figures descended from the sky. 7 intense auras swept across the world. Old Luo, Old Tang, Old Ing, Old Xiang. When he saw the faces of the 7 people clearly, the corpse sect master's expression turned grim. The 7 patriarchs of the 7 ancient clans had all appeared. Moreover, they had chosen to join forces with the witchcraft sect. As a result, the situation had been reversed once again. Thinking to this point, the corpse sect master took a deep breath in and said with an extremely grim expression, Old Luo, aren't the 7 of you going into seclusion at the end of your lifespan? Why are you attacking my corpse sect today? Let's fight. The Luo clan's patriarch's battle intent was blazing. Kill. With the appearance of the 7 patriarchs of the 7 ancient clans, the atmosphere was suddenly broken. Without any unnecessary words, the battle between the 2 sides erupted. Among the 10 supreme sects in the Kunlun ruins, Purple Cat Mountain was the most mysterious, and the Sword sect was known as the #1 sword cultivation sect. On the other hand, Dao sect was the only publicly acknowledged #1 supreme sect other than Purple Cat Mountain. The reason was that Dao sect's master, Sect Master Leishing, had the longest lifespan among the supreme giants. He had lived for nearly 500 years, and he was known as the #1 person below the saints. Ever since the 7 high sects declared war on Yi Qin, the other 6 high sects vaguely focused on Dao sect. Countless people arrived at Dao sect. Meanwhile, the other forces in the Kunlun ruins moved as well. They rushed to Dao sect from all over the Kunlun ruins. Their goal was to discuss destroying Yi Qin. At that moment, Dao sect was extremely lively. Ha ha ha! Brother Lin from the Glacier Stream and fellow Shen from the Taichu Temple. I didn't expect you guys to be here too. Brother Zhao from the Honglian sect. You're wrong. Today, We're discussing the matter of killing Mad Southern Yi together. How can we not be here? Many people greeted each other as they enjoyed the spiritual fruits provided by Dao sect. Oh my God! Other than the Ninth Peak, the Witchcraft sect, and the 7 ancient clans, all the famous forces in the Kunlun ruins are here. Someone exclaimed. Who would dare not come at a time like this? Those who don't come will be regarded as Mad Southern Yi's accomplices. Not only us, even those small sects and cities have sent people. Someone sneered. Moreover, Mad Southern Yi is trying to become enemies with the 7 high sects and the entire Kunlun ruins. He's overestimating himself. Anyone smart can see the situation clearly. Right at that moment, rays of light suddenly flashed across the sky. The might attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 9:17. Stop talking, the people from the 7 high sects are here. Many people immediately fell silent when they saw the scene. They stared at the light that shot over from the void with reverence. The first to arrive was the Star sect, followed by the Spirit Talisman sect, the Devil sect, the Ghoul sect, the Corpse sect, and Purple Cap Mountain. These people did not hide the pressure on their bodies at all, displaying the demeanor of a supreme sect. 1, 2, 3. However, the people below were extremely shocked. In just a few minutes, a total of 50 supreme giants had descended from the 7 high sections. Oh my God, 50 giants have actually come. Someone was shocked. His words were immediately responded by another person. Looks like the 7 high sects are going to be serious this time. That's right. I heard that the Witchcraft sect and the newly established 9th Peak only have 20 supreme giants. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, and now the 7 high sects have 50 supreme giants. This combat power is enough to sweep through the entire Kunlun ruins, right? As expected of the 7 high sects, their foundation is terrifying. For a moment, countless people were shocked. At the next moment, suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resounded in the sky, and then 5 ethereal, supreme figures crossed over. As the light dissipated, 5 faces were revealed. There was a sage-like person, a murderous aura, and a furious and dignified person. They were like gods that stood in the clouds. At this moment, the world was deathly silent, and countless people's pupils constricted violently. Apart from the host, Dao sect, 5 of the other 6 high sect masters had arrived. At this moment, an unusually calm voice sounded. Fellow Taoists, since you're here, please come to my Heaven Dao Peak. At the same time, 5 rainbow bridges suddenly shot out from Dao sect's main peak, Heaven Dao Peak. There was a faint flash of lightning on the rainbow bridges. It's the Dao sect master Lei Xing. Everyone was shocked, and they immediately looked at the end of the rainbow bridge with respect. Unfortunately, they were not qualified to go up and take a look. The 5 high sect masters stepped onto the rainbow bridge at the same time, and the 5 rainbow bridges shrank violently towards Heaven Dao Peak. On the Heaven Dao Peak, there was an old man in white robes with white hair sitting on top of the clouds. He held a golden spirit brush in his hand and slowly waved it. He was just sitting there, but no one could see him clearly. It was as if he was wrapped in a layer of fog. He was the master of the Dao sect master Lei Xing. After the sect masters of the 5 high sects took their seats, sect master Lei Xing waved the golden spirit brush in his hand, and tea sets appeared out of thin air. Fellow Taoist Lei Xing, your brush is extraordinary. The master of the Ghoul sect, old man Qingming, took a deep look at the golden spiritual brush in sect master Lei Xing's hand. Could it be the inheritance of your Dao sect? As his voice fell, the eyes of the other 4 all fell on the golden spirit pen. Even though their expressions remained unchanged, their eyes flickered endlessly. With their experience, they were able to discern the extraordinariness of the golden spirit brush with a single glance. Fellow Qingming is right. This brush is indeed an inheritance of my Dao sect. I've only found it recently. Sect master Lei Xing's expression was calm as he changed the topic. Fellow Taoists, why didn't fellow Luo from the corpse sect come with you? Old man Qingming chuckled. Old geezer Luo? What else can this sinister fellow do if he doesn't stay in his coffin and absorb earth energy all day long? Old geezer Luo has always been eccentric and eccentric. It's fine if he doesn't come. The devil sect's master, Ing Xiangtian, laughed coldly before saying coldly, Everyone, the reason why we're here today is to discuss how to deal with Mad Southern Yi. Mad Southern Yi killed my son, Pink Prince, and now he wants to boast shamelessly about unifying our Kunlun ruins. Our devil sect is irreconcilable with him. At this point, the devil sect's overlord's eyes were filled with a sinister light as strands of demonic energy swept out from his body. What they did not notice was that when the words Mad Southern Yi were spoken, the golden spirit brush in sect master Lei Xing's hand trembled a few times. There seemed to be a flash of spiritual light, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Sect master Lei Xing seemed to have noticed something as he looked at the golden spirit brush. A hint of suspicion flashed through his eyes. Ever since he obtained this spirit brush, he had named it Lei Xing Brush. Even though he knew that the spirit brush's spirituality was extraordinary, he could not communicate with it. He had used countless methods, but he was unable to make the spirit brush recognize him as its master. He could only use the brush to execute some divinity. Fortunately, the brush's spirituality did not resist. However, every time he used a divinity, a portion of his true origin energy would be devoured by the brush. Over time, it had almost become a tacit understanding. It was like the subjective reaction of the spirit brush earlier. It was his first time seeing it. What else is there to discuss? Old man Qingming smiled sinisterly. Although Mad Southern Yi killed Ling Xuanzi and defeated the witchcraft sect master, Wu Tianhou, there are 6 of us. None of us are weaker than Ling Xuanzi. Fellow Qingming is right. Star sect master Xing Qinzi nodded slightly and said, Even though Mad Southern Yi has 2 supreme sects, we have 7 supreme sections. Whether it's our foundation or combat strength, we far surpass Mad Southern Yi. The Spirit Talisman sect master, Old Immortal Spirit Talisman, frowned and said, Then do you mean that we should join forces to kill our way into the 9th peak and end the battle as soon as possible? Sect Master Lei Xing raised his head to look at the scholarly man who had yet to speak. His gaze was like lightning as he said, What do you think of this matter, Purple Mountain Sect Master? The moment he said that, the rest could not help but look at the scholarly man. It was because the other party was the Mountain Master of Purple Cap Mountain, Zi Qingyang. Among the 10 high sects of the Kunlun ruins, only Purple Cap Mountain was the most mysterious, especially Zi Qingyang, who stood before them. Although his cultivation base was similar to theirs, no one dared to underestimate him. Meeting everyone's gazes, Zi Qingyang smiled faintly and elegantly. Purple Cap Mountain has never interfered in the matters of the Kunlun ruins. This is the ancestral teaching and cannot be changed. Even though I've left the mountain this time, I'm only acting as a witness for everyone. His evasive words made everyone slightly unhappy. However, when they thought about how Purple Cap Mountain had always liked to be mysterious, they felt relieved. Sect Master Lei Xing narrowed his eyes as lightning flashed through them. Since that's the case, then let's take advantage of the fact that everyone is here today to kill our way into the 9th peak and destroy Mad Southern Yi. Great. At this moment, other than Zi Qingyang, the other 4 stood up in unison, their killing intent almost collapsing the sky. Sect Master Lei Xing's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it resounded through every corner of the Tao sect like a great bell. Are they finally going to make a move? If the leaders of the 6 high sects join forces and gather more than 50 supreme giants, even an immortal would dare to fight them, right? Not to mention a mere Mad Southern Yi. Countless people were excited and rubbed their palms together. Just as everyone was feeling smug, A Tao sect disciple suddenly flew over from the sky in a panic. Sect Master, I want to see Sect Master. The Tao sect disciple's face was filled with fear. After falling from the sky with a plop, he cried out repeatedly. Chapter 918. This sudden scene caused everyone to be shocked. For a time, the originally noisy scene instantly quietened down. I want to see the Sect Master. I want to see the Sect Master. After the Tao sect disciple fell from the sky, he spat out blood from the fall and continued to shout. This scene was also seen by Sect Master Lei Xing, who was on Heaven Tao Peak. He immediately gave a Tao sect almighty called Chong Shuzi a look. Bastard! Chong Shuzi's expression darkened. He turned into a long rainbow and landed on the ground. He shouted, "You're a Tao sect disciple, yet you're in such a panic." Elder Su, bad news. Bad news. After the Tao sect disciple spat out a mouthful of blood, he stammered, "The ninth peak has rebelled." What did you say? Chong Shuzi's expression changed. Mad Southern brought the ninth peak to attack cities and destroy sections. He even destroyed 20 sects under my Tao sect. What? At this moment, even though Chong Shuzi had lived for more than 300 years, he still could not help but feel dizzy. The originally silent scene instantly burst into an uproar. They were discussing how to deal with Mad Southern. Mad Southern took the lead to attack. At the same time, several figures suddenly descended from the sky. They were none other than Sect Master Lei Xing and the other Supreme Sect's leaders. Speak clearly. Sect Master Lei Xing's heart trembled. Did Mad Southern destroy 20 sects in the Kunlun ruins or 20 sects in the Tao sect? The Tao sect disciple seemed to have seen his spiritual pillar as he said weakly, "My Tao sect was destroyed 20 sects." Boom! Sect Master Lei Xing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The other forces and the leaders of the 5 high sects secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Before they could think too much, the Tao sect disciple spoke again. 24 devil sects were destroyed. 21 ghoul sects were destroyed. 15 spirit talisman sects were destroyed. 13 star sects were destroyed. 18 purple cap mountains were destroyed. As the other party's intermittent voice fell. At this moment, the world was deathly silent. Countless people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock, and some even suspected that they had misheard. Mad Southern led the 9th peak and almost wiped out the forces under the 6 high sects. An old man suddenly stood out from the crowd, and his eyes were completely red as he said, Then what about my Aramba temple?" He was the current temple master of the Aramba house, and he possessed a cultivation at the Emperor realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a loyal follower of the Taoist sect. That disciple glanced at him and said with a stiff expression, "Not a single person from your house of absolute beginning is left. Moreover, all the extraordinary mountains, rare beasts, rare flowers, and rare herbs within your house of absolute beginning have been taken away by the 9th peak." At the end of his sentence, he seemed to have thought of something and added, "Also, the bird's nest on the tree was also dug out. Pooh!" The house master immediately spat a mouthful of blood. "Goddamn Mad Southern. Goddamn 9th peak. I'll fight you to the death." With that, he fainted on the spot. Another sect leader stood out and said nervously, "Then what about my endurance training sect?" "Your endurance training sect is the most stubborn." The Tao sect disciple looked at him sympathetically and shook his head. "Your endurance training sect thinks that your endurance training technique is invincible. You used your physical body to resist someone else's sword technique, especially that supreme elder of your endurance training sect. He cultivated some iron head technique, right? He foolishly used his head to receive someone else's flying sword. But in the end, he was cut into pieces." The endurance training sect leader was dumbfounded. "No." At that moment, the devil sect master, Ing Shangtian, suddenly said, You only mentioned the Tao sect earlier. My devil sect, ghoul sect, spirit talisman sect, star sect, and purple cat mountain were destroyed. What about the corpse sect? That's right. Why isn't there any corpse sect? The witchcraft sect and the corpse sect are both in the far west. Don't tell me that the corpse sect is fine. Everyone reacted one after another. The Tao sect disciple's body twitched. He was about to die. The witchcraft sect joined forces with the 7 ancient clans to attack the corpse sect. The corpse sect's sect masters, 3 golden-armored corpses, were shattered. He relied on the drought demon to escape. As for the corpse sect, they've already surrendered. After saying that, he stopped breathing completely. Boom! On the other hand, everyone was so shocked by this news that they almost collapsed. It was as if their heads had been struck by lightning at the same time. The corpse sect master fled in defeat. The entire corpse sect surrendered. You can't die, you can't die. You haven't told me what happened to my heartless valley. The leader of a force walked over and hugged the Tao sect disciple. He shook him violently and wailed as if his son had died. Ha ha ha. A loud laughter suddenly exploded. Old man Xian Ming from the ghoul sect had a face full of disbelief. Fake! It must be fake! I don't believe it. As if to verify his words. At this moment, a rumble suddenly came from the horizon. It was like a surge of thunder. Endless sword gleams surged over, covering the sky and covering the sun. I sacrifice my blood for the Shenyuan sect. My sword is not in my heart, but my life. Kill, kill, kill. Destroy the 7 sects and raise my sword's might. Numerous orderly and forceful whistles that were mixed with monstrous ferocity and killing intent surged over. Behind the torrents of sword chi, countless ferocious birds that covered the sky flapped their wings and flew over. On them stood figures with powerful auras. Some of them triggered goo insects that filled the sky. Some carried coffins, and some were surrounded by Yin energy. It's the original members of the sword sect. There are also people from the witchcraft sect. Look at those people carrying coffins. They're from the corpse sect. They're from the corpse sect. Cries of surprise suddenly erupted at this moment. Their gazes were filled with fear and shock. Even the expressions of sect master Leishing and the rest were extremely gloomy. Under countless gazes, the streaks of sword light and the ferocious beasts stopped abruptly. Everyone bowed and cupped their fists. A thunderous voice exploded in the air. We welcome the arrival of the Peak Master. Dong, 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 as the crowd dispersed, a young man in golden armor with long hair that fluttered without any wind slowly appeared. On the young man's shoulder sat a 5 or 6-year-old girl. The girl was extremely exquisite and cute. However, she was grabbing the young man's long hair and playing with it. Mad Southerny is here! A voice suddenly rang out in the dead silence. The ghoul sect master, old man Qingming, smirked coldly. Mad Southerny, you're indeed not an ordinary arrogant person. The 6 sects have already declared war on you. Yet you actually dared to take the initiative to court death. P.S. Chapter 5. Today's update is over. Are you guys satisfied? If you are, give me a monthly vote and recommendation vote. It hasn't been easy recently. Chapter 919. At this moment, the Tao sect was completely silent. On the ground, numerous gazes were fixed on the people in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. A large group of people stood in the sky. They were all from the 9th Peak, the witchcraft sect, the corpse sect, and the 7 ancient clans. At this moment, a fiendish aura emanated from their bodies. It was as if it had materialized, causing the world to freeze. Especially the 30 figures standing in the air. The aura they emitted caused even the void to tremble. 30 supreme giants. A total of 30 giants had descended on the Tao sect. Thinking to this point, countless people could not help but look at the skinny figure standing proudly in front of the large group of people. They were extremely shocked. Mad Southerny. He was the most famous person in the entire Kunlun ruins recently. The 6 high sects were discussing how to deal with this person, but they did not expect him to take the initiative to attack. Not only did he destroy countless sects under the 6 high sects, he even suppressed the corpse sect. No one had expected this outcome. And now, he was here. He had brought the 3 supreme sects, tens of thousands of troops, and 30 supreme giants with him to take the initiative to come here. They were not the only ones. Even the expressions of sect master Lei Xing and the rest changed. They did not expect things to develop like this. After the dead silence, an elder from the Dao sect took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Mad Southerny, are you declaring war on the Dao sect? Who do you think you are to talk to me?" Yi Qin stood in the air while carrying his daughter in one hand. He did not comment. The elder from the Dao sect was so angry that his beard trembled. Be asterisk starred, immeasurable heavenly venerate. At this moment, sect master Lei Xing took a step forward and cupped his hands. Mad Southerny, I'm the sect master of the Dao sect, sect master Lei Xing. Why have you brought so many people to the Dao sect today? He was dressed in a green Taoist robe, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind like 2 green dragons that were about to soar into the sky. Don't you think you're an idiot for asking this question? Yi Qin placed one hand behind his back and looked down at him with a burning gaze. I've heard that you guys are very unconvinced of me. Since that's the case, I naturally have to teach you guys how to be a person. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Yi Qin actually said that he wanted to teach sect master Lei Xing a lesson in front of so many people. These words were simply too arrogant. What a savage brat! The master of the Ghoul sect, old man Qingming, smirked coldly. We haven't come looking for trouble with you, yet you've taken the initiative to deliver yourself to us. Do you really think that the people behind you can shake our 6 high sects? In reality, he did not do what he said. Even though Yi Qin currently had 3 supreme sects and 30 supreme giants under him, he could not do anything to Yi Qin. However, there were indeed 6 high sects on the Dao sect side. There were as many as 50 supreme giants, and that did not include the sect leaders of the 6 high sections. Such a disparity was not just a little big. Yi Qin glanced at everyone coldly and smirked in disdain. We'll only know if we fight. Mad Southerny, do you know that if we fight today, the consequences will be unimaginable? Right then, Zi Qingyang of Purple Cap Mountain suddenly stepped forward and said slowly, as long as you're willing to apologize to the 6 high sects, Purple Cap Mountain can act as a lobbyist and let you off. That's right. Zen Master Ban Ruo of the Buddhist sect pressed his palms together and said with compassion, as the saying goes, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll be saved. Benefactor Yi, as long as you're willing to cripple your cultivation and return to the Buddhist sect with me to shave and become a monk, the Buddhist sect will no longer interfere. The same goes for the Devil sect. The Devil sect's master, Ing Xiangtian, had a monstrous demonic aura, and his voice was extremely cold. You're a mere ant from the secular world, yet you're able to grow to such an extent. There must be a huge secret. As long as you hand over the secret, I'll spare your life. That's not all. The master of the Ghoul sect, old man Qingming, laughed sinisterly. You still have to accept our soul-searching technique to save your life. At that moment, the remaining Star sect, Spirit Talisman sect, and Dao sect expressed their stance one after another. At the end of the day, these old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years were still coveting what Yi Qin had experienced on the ghost ship, or they wanted to verify the existence of the 3 legendary immortal mountains. Zi Qingyang squinted and looked at Yi Qin fixedly. Mad Southerny, what do you think? Under countless gazes, Yi Qin suddenly grinned coldly. Do you bunch of trash really think you can take me Yi Qin down for sure? Since that's the case, none of you will survive today. I'll send all of you to hell. His original plan was to subdue the 6 high sect masters one by one like how he treated the witchcraft sect master. However, The killing intent in his heart gradually surged. He decided to kill all 6 of them to prevent any future troubles. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Was Yi Qin going to fight the 6 of them alone? What a shameless brat! Star Sect Master. Xing Qinzi's eyes surged with starlight. Do you really think that killing Ling Xuanzi and defeating Wu Tianhou is enough to provoke us? That's right. Today, the 6 of us are gathered. Even if an ancient saint were to be resurrected, he would have to retreat when facing us. The Devil Sect Master, Ying Xiangtian sneered. He was as dignified as the reincarnation of Azura. You're just an ant in the secular world. You were just lucky enough to obtain a cultivation opportunity. How dare you look down on us? At this point, his face was filled with monstrous blood energy. After we kill you, we'll send people to the secular world to kill anyone related to you. Since that's the case, you'll be the first to die. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. He waved his hand, and the cute little baby in his arms landed in Luo Shuiyao's arms. Then he took a step forward. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating the true martial 1,000 lightning sword that appeared in his hand. It was like a lightning dragon roaring in his hand. The sword hummed in the 9 heavens, and a heart-palpitating, killing intent surged out. The ice-cold sword qi and dazzling lightning flashed towards Ying Xiangtian in an instant. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ying Xiangtian smirked coldly, and then streams of extreme black aura suddenly surged out from his body. The black aura quickly covered his body and condensed into a set of black armor. The armor was like a snake's scales, and every piece covered every part of his body. Whoosh! Ying Xiangtian suddenly grabbed at the air, and a black dragon shadow let out a dragon's roar as it landed in his hand. It turned into a black spear, and the tip of the spear emitted a heart-palpitating black aura. However, it was this black aura that seemed to have caused the temperature in the surroundings to cool down. Even the expressions of Emperor Stage cultivators changed. These are the Devil Sect's treasures, the Devil Soul Armor and the Nether Dragon Demon Spear. I didn't expect fellow Ying to bring them out this time. The pupils of the Ghoul Sect Master, Old Man Qingming, constricted violently. Chapter 920. When everyone heard that, they stared at the demon soul armor and the spear with respect on their faces. Rumor has it that there was a saint in the history of the Devil Sect. Star Sect Xing Qinzi said fearlessly, "This person once killed a WYRM that was about to undergo tribulation. Then he refined its skin into the demon soul armor and refined its bones into the nether dragon demon spear." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They did not expect the Devil Sect to have killed a WYRM. Mad Southerny, you killed my son, Pink Prince. I've already sworn to extract your soul and refine it to sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. Ying Xiangtian's entire body was wrapped in black armor. Accompanied by demonic energy, the spear in his hand suddenly let out a weak dragon roar. The moment the dragon roar was heard, the spear suddenly turned into an illusory dragon shadow that charged at Yi Qin. It tore through space directly. Meanwhile, Ying Xiangtian moved with the spear. The demonic energy on his body surged, and a dense killing intent spread out. It was as if a demon king had descended. What a domineering spirit treasure! At that moment, many supreme giants' expressions changed as they stared at the spear. Even the supreme giants from Yi Chen's camp were no exception. Therefore, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies under the spear. Clang! Yi Chen did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward and slashed with his sword. Sword intent soared into the sky, and the sword gleam split the sky. Dazzling lightning connected with the dark clouds in the sky, causing all living beings to pale in comparison. A cold smile appeared on Ying Xiangtian's lips when he saw that. Mad Southerny, how dare you use your sword to block my nether dragon demon spear? You're truly fearless. just as the Star sect master, Xingqinzi, had said. His nether dragon demon spear was refined by a saint of the devil sect using the spine of a WIRM. After thousands of years, countless spirit treasures had been destroyed. Boom! The true martial thousand lightning sword and the nether dragon demon spear collided. The void immediately trembled violently. Faint bolts of purple lightning and the shadow of a dragon entangled with each other. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that wherever the purple lightning passed, the black gas on the black dragon shadow would be extinguished one after another. It didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The next moment, Ying Xiangtian discovered that his nether dragon demonic spear had begun to shatter from the tip, and a bolt of purple lightning quickly followed the cracks and attacked him. Not good. Ying Xiangtian's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly took a few steps back. However, it was still too late. The lightning-like power invaded his body in an extremely domineering manner, destroying his internal organs in a frenzy. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with disbelief. He had never expected that the nether dragon demonic spear, which was regarded as a treasure by the demon clan, would be completely defenseless in front of the true martial thousand lightning sword. Purple cloud, godly thunder. He suddenly glared at the true martial thousand lightning sword in Yi Chen's hand and said, while gritting his teeth, "The purple heaven divine lightning specializes in suppressing demonic energy." The spectators couldn't help but look over, and their hearts were filled with shock. Among them, the most fearful person was none other than the Tao sect's master, Sect Master Leishing. His Tao sect was the best at lightning techniques, but he still could not control the purple heaven divine thunder. However, Yi Chen's spirit treasure contained the purple heaven divine thunder. Greed flashed through his eyes as he thought to this point. Mad Southern Yi, you destroyed my demon clan's treasure. I won't rest until you die. A furious roar, mixed with regret, came from Ying Xiangtian's mouth. Then, the demon sect master's body suddenly expanded by several times. His eyes were filled with thick, demonic flames, and his palms were covered with dense scales. From afar, he looked like a humanoid beast. Demonization, this is demonization. When Spirit Talisman Sect's old immortal Spirit Talisman saw this, his expression could not help but change. Ying Xiangtian actually chose to demonize. The other 4 sect masters also revealed solemn expressions. The so-called demonization was a forbidden divinity of the demon clan. It could cause one's body to undergo a mutation, and one's combat strength would increase by more than several times. However, the price of this method was extremely high, and they would not use it unless they had no other choice. In order to kill Mad Southern Yi, Ying Xiangtian chose to demonize. It looks like he's really planning to risk his life. Zen Master Ban Ruo shook his head. Old man Qingming snickered. Mad Southern Yi must die. After demonization, Ying Xiangtian's entire body was filled with endless ruthlessness. Subsequently, he roared and walked toward Yi Chen. At that moment, monstrous demonic energy swept in all directions. The might caused many people to go berserk on the spot. Die. The killing intent in the depths of Ying Xiangtian's ferocious eyes almost materialized. He shook violently and slammed his arm that was as thick as a dragon at Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He extended his hand, and a flame surged in the air. The strength of his physical body shocked everyone. Then, under Ying Xiangtian's shocked gaze, he grabbed the arm and twisted it forcefully. Instantly, it exploded into a bloody mist in his hand. Ying Xiangtian screamed as if he wanted to retreat. However, Yi Chen did not give him the chance at all. He took a step forward and pierced his chest with a punch. Blood gushed out and various organs flowed out. Ying Xiangtian roared repeatedly as if he wanted to push Yi Chen back. However, he could not get rid of Yi Chen no matter how hard he tried. Oh no, Fellowing is in danger. Attack now. Seeing that, Old Man Qingming's expression changed immediately. He was the first to attack. A ghost claw with vile energy appeared out of thin air and pointed at Yi Chen's back. At the same time, Sect Master Lei Xing, Zen Master Ban Ruo, Xing Qinzi, Old Immortal Spirit Talisman, and Zi Qingyang attacked one after another. Sizzle, almost at that moment, a shocking sword gleam slashed at them, blocking their path of retreat in an incomparably domineering manner. At the next moment, a young man around 17 or 18 years old slowly walked out. He was dressed in white, and he had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His figure was extremely frail and weak, but just by standing there, he was like a natural moat that blocked everyone's path. This was a terrifying young man. The young man's deep eyes were like two heavenly swords. They were extremely sharp, and no one could look him in the eye. "Why don't you let me play with you guys?" Be asterisk starred with just you? Old Man Qingming and the rest were furious. It was one thing for mad Southern Yi to want to play with them, but now a brat whose strength was not even at the supreme giant level wanted to play with them? Why did everyone want to play with them these days? Just as they were about to attack, they suddenly heard an unwilling roar. Immediately after, the entire world trembled violently, and endless blood energy covered everyone's vision. After the bloody aura dissipated, everyone saw a thin figure quietly standing in the void. His thick black hair danced wildly, and he was like a demon lord, revealing his sharpness and suppressing all worlds. Dead silence, the world was dead silent. Countless people widened their eyes as they searched for Ying Shangtian, but there was nothing in front of them. Dead. The dignified master of the Devil's Sect was dead. He was one of the few top powerhouses in the entire Kunlun ruins. P.S. The second chapter, Fighting, is too difficult to write. Brothers, normally, I would have finished writing 5 chapters by now. However, at the same time today, I've only written 2 chapters. It's not that I'm slacking off, but it looks like I can only write 2 chapters today. Sorry. Chapter 9:21. The entire world was silent. Countless people stared dumbfoundedly at the blood energy that was gradually dissipating in the sky, as if they had been petrified. Sect Master. The members of the Devil's Sect revealed sorrowful expressions as they cried out in pain. They could not believe what had happened before their eyes. The Devil's Sect's overlord Ying Shangtian was dead. Even his soul was not spared. Whether it was the people from the Devil's Sect or the Kunlun ruins forces present, this outcome was unacceptable. Brother Ying. Old Man Qingming roared. The faces of the other supreme giants twitched. Their eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and coldness. Ying Shangtian's strength was not weaker than any of them. However, he was killed by Yi Qin as soon as they fought. At this moment, the leaders of the high sects, including Sect Master Lei Xing, Xing Qinzi, and Old Immortal Spirit Talisman, realized that they had underestimated Yi Chen's ability. Brother Qingming, this person is too monstrous. Star Sect's Xing Qinzi's expression was extremely grim and terrifying. We really can't hold back today. Otherwise, we'll be the next Brother Ying. That's right. We've already reached a point where we won't rest until one of us is dead. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must kill this brat here. 7-star treasure map. Star Sect Master, Old Man Xing Qinzi, stretched out his hand, and a huge star map surging with starlight appeared in his palm. As soon as the star map appeared, it suddenly expanded. Yi Chen was completely enveloped by it, as if he had been sucked into another space and time. It was the Star Sect's supreme treasure, the 7-star treasure map. It could draw the power of the Big Dipper in the sky and borrow the power of heaven and earth to participate in the battle. In an instant, the weather changed. 7 rays of starlight descended from the sky like 7 pillars of light that supported the sky. Attacked together. In the next moment, Old Man Qingming, Zen Master Ban Ruo, Sect Master Lei Xing, Zi Qingyang, and the rest attacked as well. 5 terrifying auras soared into the sky as if they wanted to pierce through the sky, transforming into rays of light that shot into the 7-star treasure map. At that moment, the sect masters of the 6 high sects attacked at the same time. Their might caused the void to tremble. Once in 1,000 years, once in 1,000 years, the sect masters of the 6 high sects have joined forces to attack Mad Southern Yi. This time, it's time to decide the fate of the Kunlun ruins. The hearts of the spectators shook violently, and then they swiftly retreated in fear of being affected by the aftershock of the battle. Seeing that the 6 of them were going to attack Yi Qin together, Yi Wushuang's expression was as cold as ever. He did not stop at all as he charged toward the star treasure map with firm steps. In the past, he was the sword in the hands of his master. Master and servant were inseparable in life and death. Today, although he was the brother of his big brother, it was natural to fight a tiger with blood brothers. Wushuang, you don't have to come in. An extremely calm voice came from the star treasure map. No, big brother, you and I are brothers, and we have long been of the same mind. If you live, I live, and if you die, I die. Wushuang's expression was incomparably firm. His footsteps did not stop. At this moment, he had once again become the stubborn youth from before. Under everyone's shocked gazes, his body suddenly blossomed with tens of thousands of sword lights. And, in the next moment, the white-robed figure twisted several times before finally transforming into a gigantic sword that could hold up the heavens. The gigantic sword emitted a golden light that was dazzling and resplendent. It was like a divine sword descending from the sky, buzzing nonstop. A supreme sword chi that was unyielding to fate and possessed a supreme emperor's might charged into the clouds of the 9 heavens, causing the sky to change color and the sun and moon to lose their brilliance. This! At this moment, countless spectators were shocked when they saw this. This is turning into a sword! When Hua Ling, who was in the crowd, witnessed this scene, her pretty face changed. Elder Qingxian, it's this move again, it's this move again! Elder Qingxian was equally shocked. The scene before him was exactly the same as what Yi Wushuang had unleashed when he fought Su Qilin. An unyielding sword gleam was like a meteor that flashed in the night sky. It emitted a dazzling brilliance for a moment before suddenly shooting toward the star treasure map. Yi Qin stretched his hand out and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then he shouted like thunder, that's good too. Today, the 2 of us will work together to kill this bunch of trash, break through the Kunlun ruins, and return peace to the secular world. Kill. Sect Master Lei Xing and the rest were filled with killing intent. The Spirit Talisman Sect's Sect Master, Old Immortal Spirit Talisman, was glowing brightly. His face was grim as he was the first to charge at Yi Qin. A green glow flickered in his right hand. With a wave of his hand, a golden-armored giant that was over 6 meters tall appeared in the air. The giant's face was ferocious like an evil god. It exuded a tyrannical aura, and it stared fiercely as if it wanted to tear this world apart. It was the Old Immortal Spirit Talisman's golden-armored warrior talisman. Just this giant alone was comparable to a supreme giant. Boom! The golden-armored giant waved the sword in his hand. A dazzling gleam exploded and slashed at Yi Qin like the sun was falling. The monstrous sword gleam surged like a vast ocean, causing many spectators to have goosebumps. The light in Yi Qin's eyes flickered. The sword in his hand traversed the sky and drew a sword gleam that looked like a comet. It slashed at the golden-armored giant instantly. Rumble! The space collapsed and violent cracks were faintly discernible. It was as if this world had been sliced apart. Bang, 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 the golden-armored giant was instantly slashed into countless pieces by the sword, turning into chaotic spiritual energy that swept in all directions. Old Immortal Spirit Talisman felt a sharp pain in the depths of his heart. He could not help but spit a mouthful of blood and was forced back by the chaotic spiritual energy. After finally stabilizing himself, His eyes were filled with extreme shock when he looked at Yi Chen again. "You're going to die too." Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Just when he was about to pounce at him, several terrifying attacks came from behind him. It turned out that the other 5 sect masters had attacked. Vajra Demon, Subduing Ring. The leader, Zen Master Ban Ruo, took off the prayer beads on his neck and pressed his palms together. The prayer beads immediately shone with Buddhist light. The so-called Vajra Demon, Subduing Ring was made of 36 sandalwood beads. It was hung on Zen Master Ban Ruo's chest and bathed in scriptures day and night. It had long been blessed and possessed Buddhist Dharma. It was said that this treasure could suppress the 5 supreme giants on the spot, sealing their limbs, bones, and meridians, rendering them unable to move at all. Crack, crack, crack! As soon as Zen Master Ban Ruo's Vajra Demon Subduing Ring appeared, it turned into a ray of light and pressed down on Yi Chen's head. When his arms stopped moving, the Vajra Demon Subduing Ring began to shrink rapidly as dazzling Buddhist light surged. It was compressing Yi Chen's body crazily. At the same time, a lightning Zen staff suddenly appeared in Sect Master Lei Xing's hand. Lightning! In an instant, lightning erupted on the lightning Zen staff. Lightning appeared in the air and thunder exploded. Sizzle! As he pointed the lightning Zen staff at Yi Chen from afar, a white lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm struck at Yi Chen. Chapter 9:22. Seeing this, countless people's pupils constricted. He can actually command lightning. As expected of Sect Master Lei Xing. Our Tao sect is the most orthodox cultivation sect in the Kunlun ruins. A mere lightning technique is nothing to the sect master. Someone from the Tao sect was filled with arrogance. Mad Southern Yi is trapped by Zen Master Ban Ruo's Vajra Demon Subduing Ring, and he's being bombarded by Sect Master Lei Xing's lightning. He doesn't have any other abilities now, right? A powerhouse mumbled. As soon as that was said, the people from the Witchcraft sect, Corpse sect, and the 7 ancient clans could not help but stare at Yi Chen nervously. If Yi Chen could not break through it, it would mean that he had lost the battle, and the price of failure was death. As the saying went, the winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. As fans, they would definitely be punished by the Kunlun ruins. Rumble! The lightning that Sect Master Lei Xing controlled hit Yi Chen accurately. Dazzling light shone through the sky. For a time, the void shattered, and strands of extremely violent origin energy of the universe completely blocked everyone's vision. Someone was shocked by the shocking might before him and could not help but ask, "Mad Southern Yi should be dead in the face of this lightning strike, right?" No matter how strong Mad Southern Yi's body is, it's still a mortal body. How can it resist the mighty might of the heavens? Someone smirked coldly. On the other hand, the Witchcraft sect and the other forces were in despair. However, after the storm dissipated, a skinny figure appeared before everyone's eyes. He stood in the sky and did not move at all. He's not dead? How is that possible? Not only is Mad Southern Yi not dead, it seems like Sect Master Lei Xing's lightning strike did not cause any damage to him. Oh my God, just how strong is his body? At that moment, countless people were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and their hearts were trembling. He did not die in the face of the lightning strike. Wasn't this a little too powerful? What? It wasn't just them. Even Sect Master Lei Xing, who was filled with confidence, was shocked. A wisp of dense shock flashed through his eyes. Why can't I move my Vajra Demon Subduing Ring? Zen Master Ban Ruo's expression changed, and he could not help but exclaim. He realized that although his Vajra Demon Subduing Ring had trapped Yi Chen, it could no longer shrink. Vajra Demon Subduing Ring? Yi Chen smirked coldly in the void. His jade-like skin suddenly emitted a dazzling golden glow. Break! He let out a long roar that sounded like the roar of an ancient god. It emitted the sound of the great Tao, and the space in front of him was forcibly torn apart. Bang! The Vajra Demon subduing rings on his body shattered with a loud rumble, and all the rocks within a radius of 1 li shattered at the same time. Dozens of mountains collapsed and turned into dust. Pooh! Zen Master Ban Ruo spat blood on the spot. Not only did Yi Chen's roar destroy his Vajra demon subduing ring, but it also almost shattered his mind. Elder Qingming from the Ghoul sect had a cold look in his eyes. He held a black spear in his hand and said, "This kid's physical body is invincible. Attack his vitals." The so-called vital points were nothing more than the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears and other sensitive areas. The black spear looked as if it was made of molten iron, and it was burning with black flames. Sizzle! Under countless gazes, the black spear pierced through the air and stabbed at Yi Chen's glabella in the blink of an eye. "That's the Ghoul sect's black crystal spear!" Someone immediately cried out in shock. It said that this spear was refined from the spine of a saint in the history of the Ghoul sect after he died. Then it was soaked in the blood of tens of thousands of babies for 81 days. It was too terrifying. Countless people were shocked. From afar, the spear looked like a ghost king's bone spike that extended from the terrifying Azura hell. Every wisp of flame was enough to kill a supreme giant. Clang! Yi Chen's eyes were extremely cold. He extended his hand that looked like crystal jade and grabbed the black spear with 2 fingers. The Ghoul sect's treasure, the black crystal spear that could suppress any supreme giant, was actually caught by him with 2 fingers. Everyone was instantly petrified, and their eyes were filled with shock. A world-shocking attack was resolved so easily. Even Elder Qingming was shocked. He roared and increased the strength in his hand as if he wanted to break free from Yi Chen's fingers. He believed that as long as the black crystal spear could pierce Yi Chen's glabella, the endless vile energy within would be able to invade Yi Chen's soul. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Chen exerted force with his fingers, and the black crystal spear was broken instantly. It was crushed into countless black fragments between his fingers. Stomp, stomp, stomp! Elder Qingming was sent flying immediately. Meanwhile, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Yi Chen. "Treasure, please show yourself." At that moment, an earth-shattering shout came from the side. A purple gourd suddenly appeared in Zi Qingyang's hand. The purple gourd was only the size of a palm, but its entire body was imprinted with breathtaking Tao patterns. A purple energy soared into the sky from the mouth of the gourd. In the air, the purple energy finally turned into a peerless immortal sword. Its entire body was suffused with thick purple energy, and it shone brilliantly. "It's the purple gourd Tao sword of Purple Cap Mountain." Seeing that, the entire place fell into an uproar. Even sect Master Lei Xing and the rest were no exception. Purple Cap Mountain had a 1,000-year-old spirit root. It was originally a purple gourd vine. In the past 1,000 years, it had only produced 1 gourd. On the day the gourd was formed, a phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was a purple imperial court. Later on, the saint used his creation ability to refine it into a Tao sword. Therefore, it was also called the Purple Gourd Tao Sword. It was known as the number 1 sword in the Kunlun ruins, and it had once killed a saint. Elder Qingming cursed secretly Zi Qingyang, that old fox. He clearly brought the Purple Gourd Tao Sword, but he only used it now. "Treasure, please turn around." Zi Qingyang bowed respectfully to the Tao sword in the air. The purple sword pierced through the sky instantly and slashed at Yi Chen's body like lightning. The unparalleled sword intent in Yi Chen's hand exploded. A clanging sword qi charged forward. Rumble! With a loud bang, the unparalleled sword qi was forcefully shattered. The purple sword did not slow down at all and slashed at Yi Chen's neck directly. A drop of golden blood flowed down Yi Chen's neck slowly. There was a long sword mark on his neck. "He's injured. He's finally injured." Elder Qingming cried out in shock. Meanwhile, the rest were shocked as well. From the beginning of the battle until now, Yi Chen's powerful body had made them despair. They did not expect him to finally be injured. Master, that Dao sword is a little strange. It's comparable to a nascent soul's primordial spirit treasure. I was careless. Night Demon's solemn voice sounded in Yi Chen's ears. He did not expect there to be a primordial spirit treasure on earth that was comparable to a nascent soul. I can feel it too. Unparalleled's calm voice was heard. Chapter 923. Although the Night Demon armor and Wushuang were once peerless immortal artifacts, ever since they were shattered, their power was less than a billionth of their peak. Especially the Night Demon armor. It had been nurtured by Yi Chen ever since he reunited with him. Even so, it had only recovered to a golden core magic treasure. Yi Chen stretched his hand out and wiped the sword mark on his neck. He suddenly lifted his head and grinned. Very good. Congratulations on successfully angering me. In return, I've decided to give you guys a big gift. I'll send you guys on your way. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve. A shocking formation shot into the sky, and then it enveloped everyone like a black curtain that covered the sky. Rumble! In an instant, the sky changed color, and the wind and clouds reversed. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, incomparably orderly golden formation patterns appeared in the air. From afar, it looked like a giant spiderweb that had enveloped everyone below. The extreme killing intent caused the sky to tremble, and the space to begin to collapse. It was as if it wanted to kill all living beings in this world. What happened? At that moment, countless people raised their heads to look at the sky. Their hearts were filled with fear, as if they had fallen into purgatory on earth. Under such a huge, invisible killing intent, every inch of the other supreme sect master's muscles was trembling. Killing formation. This is a peerless killing formation. Sect master Lei Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. Mad Southerny, you brat, do you think you can trap us with a killing formation? Old man Qingming's expression changed slightly. Then he took a step forward and turned into a dark shadow that flashed towards the edge of the killing formation. He slapped out with his palm, "Break!" Rumble! As the palm slammed into the void, that place immediately shook violently, and then there was a materialized killing intent that shook back. Bang! Caught off guard, old man Qingming was struck by the materialized killing intent. He spat out blood and was sent flying back again. How is this possible? The expressions of Xing Chenzi and the rest changed drastically when they saw that. The full-powered attack of the Supreme Sect Master, old man Qingming, was actually unable to break the formation. Boom! Zen Master Ban Ruo quickly formed hand seals, and a lotus imprint appeared in his hands. Then he blasted it towards the edge of the killing array. Pooh! His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were bleeding. At this moment, the hearts of the 6 Supreme Sect leaders had completely sunk. Their expressions were no longer as calm as before. Sect Master Lei Xing's expression was extremely grim. He glared at Yi Chen. Mad Southerny, what formation is this? Yi Chen stood in the air as a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Of course, it's a formation to kill you. This rune was known as the Great Annihilation Rune, and he had created it while he was in isolation during the ceremony to change the name of the 9th summit. Inside the killing array, he was invincible in Kungsu. He had originally planned to use it at a critical moment, but Zi Qingyang had injured him with that strange Dao sword, which had completely infuriated him. Everyone, there is no need to panic. He is already injured, and it will be very difficult for him to maintain this killing formation for too long. At the crucial moment, it was Zi Qingyang who spoke. As long as we join forces to kill him, the killing formation will collapse on its own. Kill. At that moment, the 6 Supreme Sect Masters no longer hesitated. They took out their spirit treasures and attacked Yi Chen crazily. Treasure, please turn around. Zi Qingyang roared. The purple gourd Dao sword in his hand shot out another shocking sword gleam. It slashed at Yi Chen again in an unavoidable manner. Are you at your wit's end? Yi Chen scoffed coldly and attacked all of a sudden. It was simple and direct. He threw a shocking punch at the shocking sword gleam. At that moment, he was within the great annihilation rune. The pressure on his body skyrocketed, as if the entire world was moving with him. In heaven and earth, he was the only one. At that moment, he displayed his invincibility once again. Boom! Following a loud bang, Yi Chen shook the shocking sword gleam that was slashing at him with his bare hands. His fist shadow was like lightning as it shattered the shocking sword gleam. At that moment, his long hair that had been possessed danced in the wind. At that moment, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He strode toward Zi Qingyang, who was about to take out another Dao sword. Die! He used his finger as a saber and slashed out beams of saber gleams that were like demonic blades. They charged in all directions and pierced through everything. Clang, clang, clang. Zi Qingyang's expression changed drastically. The purple gourd Dao sword in his hand shot out another sword gleam and slashed at the saber gleams. Sparks flew everywhere. More than 40 of the dozens of saber gleams that Yi Chen slashed out were destroyed. However, there was still a saber gleam that broke through the defense and slashed at Zi Qingyang. Bleck! Zi Qingyang subconsciously crossed his arms in front of his chest as if he wanted to block it. However, the saber gleam instantly severed his arms. Then it slashed at his chest. Like a knife cutting through tofu, it sliced his entire body and soul into two. The purple gourd Dao sword turned into a sword gleam as if it wanted to tear through the air. However, it was grabbed by Yi Chen's huge hand in the blink of an eye. The supreme sect master of Purple Cap Mountain, Zi Qingyang, was dead. The world fell silent once again. The people watching the battle outside the killing formation revealed expressions of fear. Another supreme sect master was dead. He's too powerful. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. All that was left in their hearts was deep despair and shock. The people from Purple Cap Mountain could not believe all of this. Sect Master Lei Xing and the rest were shocked. And this was just the beginning. Old man Qingming finally felt a trace of regret. This person is too terrifying. What else can we do? Spirit Talisman Sect's old immortal spirit talisman roared repeatedly. We can either give up resisting and wait for death, or we can fight to the death. Let's fight. Star Sect Sun Xing's face was ashen. Then he quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and his eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly, a dazzling starlight appeared in the sky. Subsequently, it shot straight at Yi Chen's head at lightning speed. Lightning! Sect Master Lei Xing bit his middle finger and quickly drew a 5-thunder incantation on his palm. Then he slapped at the sky with one hand. Rumble! Thunderclouds roared in the sky. At the next moment, 2 bolts of lightning that were as thick as buckets descended from the sky. However, just when the 2 terrifying auras were about to land on Yi Chen, the surrounding space shook. Irresistible killing intent spread out like raging waves. Each layer was stronger than the last as it crushed down, crushing the 2 attacks on the spot. What? Xing Qinzi and Sect Master Lei Xing were shocked. Yi Chen was unmoved. He charged at Xing Qinzi all the way. The killing intent in his eyes was as intense as the ocean. The killing intent that filled the sky in the annihilation formation seemed to have sensed it, and a peerless killing blade condensed from killing intent appeared in his hand. Yi Chen stood with the blade in his hand. There was killing intent deep in his eyes. My will is like a blade that can kill all gods and demons. Chapter 9:24. The saber gleam pierced through the sky. Under Xing Qinzi's rapidly dilating pupils, it directly slashed down from the top of his head, splitting him into two before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The Star sect master, Xing Qinzi, was dead. When Old Man Qingming saw this, he completely lost the determination to continue standing. He roared and attacked the formation with all his might. At this moment, another saber gleam flashed past, slashing through his shoulder and shattering his soul. The Ghoul sect master, Old Man Qingming, was dead. In just a few breaths of time, 3 supreme sect masters had died in Yi Chen's hands. Meanwhile, only Sect Master Lei Xing, Old Immortal Spirit Talisman, and Zen Master Banruo were left in the killing formation. Shocking, absolutely shocking. The people watching the battle outside the killing formation were completely shocked. They broke out in cold sweat. Yi Chen's heaven-defying combat ability had never appeared in the Kunlun ruins for hundreds of years. This was too frightening. Be it the people from the sects with low cultivation bases or the supreme giants of the 7 high sects, their souls were trembling. The successive deaths of the supreme sect masters caused the hearts of Sect Master Lei Xing and the other 2 to sink completely. When the 6 of them were still around, they could not kill Yi Chen. Instead, they allowed him to kill 3 of them. Now that there were only 3 of them left, how could they be Yi Chen's match? Yi Chen lifted his head to look at Old Immortal Spirit Talisman and took a step forward. With every step he took, the invisible killing intent in the killing formation would increase again. Mad Southerny, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. Old Immortal Spirit Talisman's heart skipped a beat, and he revealed a faint intention to compromise. However, Yi Chen only made one move, which was to attack. He attacked directly and responded to him with his actions. Mad Southerny, I'll drag you down with me before I die. When Old Immortal Spirit Talisman saw this, he roared furiously. Suddenly, a terrifying blood energy erupted from his body, dyeing the sky red. It was as if a primordial ferocious beast had awakened in his body, wanting to destroy this world. Someone said, "What is he doing?" At that moment, Zen Master Banruo and Sect Master Lei Xing's expressions changed. He burned his life talisman. The so-called life talisman was something unique to the Spirit Talisman sect. The seniors of the sect would plant a life talisman in every single person that joined the Spirit Talisman sect. Life talismans were closely related to one's life, and it was even able to increase the Spirit Talisman sect's disciples' ability to sense spirit talismans. Only in this way would they be able to walk further in the Tao of Talismans. Once the life talisman was ignited, it meant that Spirit Talisman Old Immortal was really going all out without any hope of survival. Master, in the outside world, countless Spirit Talisman sect disciples were grief-stricken. Boom! With a loud bang, Old Immortal Spirit Talisman's aura suddenly rose by several times, and a purple mark appeared on his forehead. The appearance of this purple mark made Sect Master Lei Xing, Zen Master Banruo, and the others feel the danger of death. Boom! The purple mark was like a crescent moon, and as soon as it appeared, it completely devoured all the heaven and earth energy in an area of 3 kilometers. Subsequently, they turned into countless tentacles that swept at Yi Chen from all directions. Even a supreme giant would not dare to face each tentacle. Break! Yi Chen waved his fists and streaks of golden gleam shot out. The surrounding space was destroyed by this punch. The tentacles that covered the sky and earth collapsed on the spot. Killing intent surged in his eyes. With a flash, he pounced at Old Immortal Spirit Talisman and lifted him above his head. He pulled hard. Instantly, a large amount of flesh and blood splattered. The sect master of the Spirit Talisman sect, Old Immortal Spirit Talisman, was dead. Sect master. The people from the Spirit Talisman sect outside fainted on the spot. Too brutal. Everyone was stunned by this scene. That was a supreme overlord. He was torn apart by Yi Chen alive. Was he still human? Amiba. At that moment, Zen Master Ban Ruo sat cross-legged and pressed his palms together as he chanted. Raging flames burn my body. What joy is there in life? And what bitterness is there in death? Eliminate evil for good. Under everyone's shocked gazes, flames appeared out of thin air on the surface of his body. Facing such flames, Zen Master Ban Ruo remained unmoved. He continued sitting cross-legged and chanting sutras, as if he could not feel any pain. However, in the next moment, a red figure shot out from the flames and turned into a golden Buddha. Foolish people of the lower realm, how dare you blaspheme Buddha? The golden Buddha was like a furious Vajra. His voice was like thunder as he lifted his giant palm and slapped Yi-Chin. So it's the remnant soul of a Buddha who has barely become a Buddha. Yi-Chin smirked coldly. I've killed countless Buddhas. You're just a Buddha's remnant soul. How dare you act so high and mighty? At the next moment, with a stomp of his feet, his entire body soared into the sky. A sword swept across the sky, and the sword gleam split the mountains. It was resplendent and dazzling, and it streaked across the sky like a bolt from the blue. Heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Boom! As the void trembled, an incomparably terrifying storm suddenly erupted. The golden Buddha was forcefully shattered in front of everyone's eyes. Bleck! Zen Master Ban Ruo, who was on the ground, spat a mouthful of blood as if he had aged dozens of years. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to kill you even after activating my body of merit. With that, his head drooped heavily. He was completely dead. Dead silence. The world was dead silent. At that moment, no one spoke. To everyone, it would be a piece of cake for the 6 Supreme Sect Masters to kill Yi-Chin when they joined forces. However, Yi-Chin killed them instead. Sect Master Lei Xing was the only one left now. Under everyone's gaze, Sect Master Lei Xing's expression was terrifyingly grim. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. A few seconds later, he leaned heavily on the lightning staff in his hand and suddenly said, "Lightning, come!" At the next moment, there were dark clouds in the sky. Yi-Chen's eyes shot into the sky. There was an emperor's might on his body that fought against the dark clouds. You dare to come? You really dare to come? The dark cloud disappeared with a loud bang. The sky returned to normal. Sect Master Lei Xing's expression changed drastically. He never expected that his lightning technique would suddenly become useless. You think you're worthy of talking about lightning? At that moment, Yi-Chin stood proudly and smirked in disdain. Subsequently, he raised one hand to the sky and said calmly, "Lightning, come!" Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning appeared in the sky, and lightning roared. It was as if the world had fallen into a sea of lightning. Under the terrifying might of the heavens, countless people were shocked. Some even prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Only a figure stood with his hands behind his back, standing still. He was bathed in lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. Yi-Chin lifted his eyes and looked straight at Sect Master Lei Xing. His eyes were filled with mockery. Sect Master Lei Xing, this is the real lightning. What do you think? Sect Master Lei Xing's heart was in turmoil, but he still said expressionlessly, "Mad Southerny, as long as you're willing to stop, I'm willing to respect you as the master of Kunlun Ruins. I don't need anyone to admit that I'm the master of Kunlun Ruins, because anyone who's unwilling to admit it will die." Yi-Chin smiled proudly. A hint of struggle flashed across Sect Master Lei Xing's face when he heard that. Subsequently, a strange arc appeared on his face. "Mad Southerny, do you really think you've won?" P.S. Chapter 4, that's all. I've posted a picture of Peerless, Ye's character. It was hand-drawn by a big sister. Follow me if you want to see it. Chapter 9:25. Mad Southern Yi. Do you really think you've won? The smile on Sect Master Lei Xing's face became weirder and weirder. He did not feel any sense of danger after 5 of the 6 supreme sect masters were killed, and he was the only one left. As soon as he finished speaking, swoosh, 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 at that moment, numerous gazes shot towards sect master Lei-Shing in unison. Without exception, all of their eyes were filled with nervousness. The 6 supreme sect masters worked together to fight Yi Chen, but Yi Chen killed 5 of them one by one. Now, only sect master Lei-Shing was left. If sect master Lei-Shing died too, the consequence would be that Yi Chen would defeat all the Peak Almighties in the entire Kunlun ruins alone. At that time, what he said would come true. He would step on the Kunlun ruins beneath his feet, and the Kunlun ruins would have no choice but to submit. This was also the reason why the other supreme giants did not fight other than the 6 supreme sect masters. It was because everyone knew that the true peak combat power was above Yi Chen and the 6 supreme sect masters. Only they could decide the chaos that shook the entire Kunlun ruins. "I'll give you a chance to live now." Yi Chen placed his hands behind his back and lifted his hand to remove the annihilation formation. A gleam flashed through his eyes. "Use whatever techniques you have. Otherwise, you'll definitely die here today." He actually removed the killing formation. The spectators outside could not believe their eyes when they saw that. One had to know that Yi Chen had relied on that killing formation to kill the 5 supreme sect masters. Wasn't he afraid that the 50 supreme giants organized by the 6 high sects would attack? Moreover, there were only 20 supreme giants from the witchcraft sect, corpse sect, and the 7 ancient clans. The supreme giants from the Tao sect in the distance secretly looked at each other and saw killing intent in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, the 20 supreme giants in Yi Chen's camp could not help but become nervous. They stared at the 50 supreme giants opposite them. They would not stand by and watch if they attacked Yi Chen. "Mad Southern, don't be too smug." Sect Master Lei-Shing's extremely gloomy voice shook the void, and the veins on his forehead twitched violently. "Do you really think I don't have any tricks up my sleeves?" A hint of determination flashed through his eyes, and then he suddenly grabbed at the air with his right hand. "Brush, come!" Buzz. At that moment, the air violently trembled. Then, under everyone's gazes, a crystal pen with an iron pen and a silver hook appeared out of thin air beside him. The shaft of the brush was neither gold nor jade, neither copper nor iron. The tip of the brush breathed in and out spiritual energy, revealing its sharpness. It was like a divine weapon, and it emitted a domineering pressure as if it wanted to suppress the sky. With the appearance of this brush, all the spiritual energy in the world gathered towards it, causing a vacuum with a radius of 10,000 feet to appear. In that instant, everyone's expressions changed. Their hearts trembled as if the depths of their souls were trembling. One of the supreme giants present cried out in shock. "What kind of brush is this? Why is there such a huge pressure?" "Tao artifact. This brush must be a legendary Tao artifact. A Tao artifact that can only be refined after a saint has achieved the Tao," another supreme giant said while shivering. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Tao artifact. This term was too ancient, but its existence was the symbol of the ancient saints illuminating the world. As for the saints, ever since the Kunlun ruins suffered a great calamity 500 years ago, the great Tao was incomplete and the end of days had arrived. The saints had long disappeared from this world, along with their civilization. I didn't expect Sect Master Lei-Shing to have a Tao artifact. A supreme giant of the Devil Sect felt his soul tremble, and then he said, "If that's the case, I'm afraid Mad Southern Yi will die on the spot." The Sect Master is invincible. After the crystal pen appeared, the disciples of the Tao Sect, who were already in despair, could not help but be energized, and joy appeared on their faces. The Witchcraft Sect Master took a deep breath in and said while gritting his teeth, "This ox-nose really knows how to hide. Prepare to let the Peak Master escape." Elder Qing, Xian, shook his head slightly. No one knew how powerful a Tao artifact was, but it was enough to know that it was the symbol of a saint illuminating the world. Yi Chen turned a blind eye to the reactions of the people around him. He stared fixedly at the crystal pen in Sect Master Lei Xing's hand as lightning flashed through his eyes. Night Demon's cursing voice sounded in his mind. "Master, it's that old bastard Emperor Brush. It's really that old B***starred." Even Yi Wushuang, who had transformed into a sword in Yi Chen's hand, trembled slightly. Clearly, even his heart was in turmoil. "Ha ha ha," Sect Master Lei Xing's proud voice sounded. "Mad Southernie, do you know what this brush in my hand is? I'm not afraid to tell you that this brush is a Tao artifact." Before Yi Chen could speak, he sneered maniacally. "It's something refined by the ancient saints after they achieved enlightenment." He glared at Yi Chen with a grim gaze. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "I've always liked to hold back when I do things. I didn't expect you to force me to use it today. In ancient times, there were scholars who achieved enlightenment through Confucianism. Their brushes shocked the wind and rain. Their poems wept ghosts and gods, and their words suppressed the universe." Sect Master Lei Xing's long hair was in a mess as he shouted, "Today I'll borrow the Tao artifact to imitate the saint's actions and suppress the mountains and rivers with my brush." As soon as he said that, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the crystal brush. All the true origin energy in his body was channeled into the crystal brush, crazily. "The Tao artifact has a spirit. Please help me kill this bastard. After this is done, I'll definitely let you enjoy the incense offerings of this world." Sect Master Lei Xing's voice was like thunder, rumbling and shaking. At the next moment, a mighty aura of the great Tao suddenly erupted from the crystal brush. Too terrifying. Is this the might of a Tao artifact? Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. Sect Master Lei Xing was overjoyed. He knew that the spirituality in the crystal brush had acknowledged his words. Then he took a deep breath in and picked up the brush with his hand. Using the void as paper, he began to draw. He exerted all his strength, drawing with great vigor and vigor. Every stroke of the brush, starting and ending, brimming with vigor. Then he suddenly raised his brush, and a 3-meter-wide thundercloud diagram appeared before him. The thundercloud diagram soared into the sky. Rumble! As soon as the painting rose into the sky, it disappeared into the clouds. At that moment, the weather changed. A violent wind blew, a torrential rain fell, and thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. In an instant, countless people raised their heads at the same time. Their gazes shot into the sky, and they were shocked by the scene before them. A mere painting had caused such a commotion. It was shocking. "Mad Southernie, my Tao Sect's lightning technique can't hurt you. I wonder if the lightning summoned by this brush can hurt you." Sect Master Lei Xing pointed at Yi Chen suddenly with a ferocious expression. "Go to hell!" Rumble! Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. They pointed at Yi Chen. Chapter 9:26. As expected of a Tao artifact refined by a saint. Such heavenly might is simply not something a human can resist. Mad Southernie will definitely die this time. At that moment, the world seemed to have stopped and countless people's gazes froze. Sect Master is invincible. Among the spectators, a supreme Tao Sect giant's eyes were filled with resentment. He seemed to have seen Yi Chen being killed by the lightning that covered the sky and earth. Even though the Ghoul Sect's supreme giant was unwilling to admit it, he still said, "After this battle, Sect Master Lei Xing will be the #1 person in the Kunlun ruins." Sect Master is invincible. Many Tao Sect disciples shouted in ecstasy. However, at that moment, they realized that the countless bolts of lightning that were approaching Yi Chen suddenly turned. Everyone was stunned. Oh no! When a few supreme giants reacted, the smiles on their faces froze, and they subconsciously wanted to escape. Rumble, rumble, however, The lightning had already descended. Then a series of earth-shattering explosions rang out. In less than a breath's time, many people in the Dao sect's camp were burnt to a crisp. The countless bolts of lightning seemed to be deliberately targeting the people from the Dao sect's camp. They descended from the sky and struck down crazily. This scene was like iron plows descending from the sky, plowing through many of the Dao sect's camp members who were standing nearby. Countless people were struck by the lightning and died on the spot. They did not even have the time to scream. The place where they stood was even more cracked, and a raging fire broke out. Even the supreme giants were no exception. More than 10 people died in the bolts of lightning, and the rest who survived were in a sorry state. In Yi Chen's camp, the people from the witchcraft sect, corpse sect, and the 7 ancient clans watched that scene with their mouths agape. Wasn't sect master Lei Xing the one who summoned the lightning to deal with Yi Chen? Why did it suddenly change direction and land in the Dao sect's camp? The strangest thing was that they were less than 30 meters away from the Dao sect's camp, but the overwhelming lightning did not cover them at all. At that moment, an Emperor Stage Cultivator from the Dao sect's camp ran towards them. Before they could attack, another bolt of lightning struck and shattered that person on the spot. What's going on? Sect Master Lei Xing looked at this scene with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. The person he wanted to hack was Yi Chen. Why did the lightning only target the people from the Dao sect's camp, especially the people from the Dao sect? In just a few breaths of time, more than half of his Dao gates, 10,000 plus disciples had been lost, and such a scene truly pained his heart. Sect Master Lei Xing, is this your method? Yi Chen watched everything quietly. A strange smile appeared on his face. But why are you attacking people from your Dao sect? One of the surviving martial exalted realm experts beat his chest and stamped his feet, and he was on the verge of fainting. Dao Master, we're all your disciples and grand disciples. Why do you want to kill us? The people from the demon sect glared at Sect Master Lei Xing. Sect Master Lei Xing, are you crazy? Got it. The supreme powerhouse of the Ghoul sect gritted his teeth and said, Old Lei Xing wants to borrow the might of the Dao artifact to eliminate us so that he can unify the Kunlun ruins later. Old Lei Xing, you're despicable and shameless. You'll die a horrible death. For a moment, the people from the 5 high sects in the Dao sect's camp cursed at Sect Master Lei Xing. No, I didn't. Sect Master Lei Xing roared. No, you did. Yi Chen interrupted him and said with a forced smile, as expected of an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. You actually used the excuse of killing me to kill your allies and your own people. As soon as he said that, the scolding became even more intense. Mad Southerny, don't try to sow discord. Sect Master Lei Xing roared and waved the crystal pen in his hand again, drawing a meteorite painting in the air. As soon as the painting of the mountain rose into the air, it caused an extremely violent tremor in the air. The sky changed color. Suddenly, streams of khaki-colored air currents soared into the sky from the dozens of mountain peaks within the Dao sect. Then, they turned into sharp and heavy meteorites. The meteorites soared through the sky, wanting to suppress the heavens. Subsequently, Sect Master Lei Xing pointed at Yi Chen from afar. I made a mistake earlier. Let's see if you'll die now. Bang, bang, bang. Huge meteorites descended from the sky with long tongues of fire. They tore through the sky and suppressed the people from the Dao sect's camp. For a moment, screams could be heard. Many people were smashed to death on the spot. Some had their brains split open, while others were smashed into meat pies. They could not be more dead. Old man Lei Xing, when Mad Southerny said that you were ambitious and wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of us, I didn't believe it. Now I completely believe it. A supreme giant of the Star sect felt his heart bleed when he saw that half of his people had died. The Star sect is irreconcilable with you. How is this possible? Sect Master Lei Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. No, impossible. He suddenly took a few steps back. Then he seemed to have thought of something. I know. The attack of a Tao artifact is reversed. Yi Chen panicked immediately. Are you sure? Yes, that must be it. Sect Master Lei Xing was extremely confident. Otherwise, why would they attack our Tao sect's camp one after another? Ha ha ha, I'm really a genius. After saying that, he raised his brush and drew again. Before he could finish drawing, the expressions of countless people in the Tao sect's camp changed drastically. They could not care less about cursing and turned into streaks of light that shot into the distance without saying a word. A thundercloud diagram shot straight into the clouds. This time, Sect Master Lei Xing did not point at Yi Chen. Instead, he pointed at the Tao sect's camp. Rumble! Countless bolts of lightning landed on the Tao sect's camp. At that moment, the thousands of people in the Tao sect's camp who did not make it in time died. Not a single one was left. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was still standing there unscathed. When the 1,000 people who had escaped saw this scene, they rejoiced and almost fainted. Sect Master Lei Xing was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen could not help but laugh. Sect Master Lei Xing, I have to say that you're a genius. Until now, he still hasn't realized that all of this was caused by that old cunning brush, Emperor Brush. Night Demon's laughter rang next to Yi Chen's ears. He even thought he was smart and came up with some reverse effect. Bleck! Sect Master Lei Xing could not help but spit a mouthful of blood under the rage in his heart. He looked at the crystal brush in his hand with incomparable resentment. It was you, wasn't it? Why? I'll answer this question for you. Yi Chen took a step forward and smiled lightly. It's simple. Because I'm its master. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed at the crystal brush and shouted like thunder. Emperor Brush, what are you waiting for? Chapter 9:27. Emperor Brush, when was it going to return? As soon as Yi Chen said that, the crystal brush in Sect Master Lei Xing's hand seemed to have sensed something. It shot out from Sect Master Lei Xing's hand and turned into a purple energy that landed in Yi Chen's hand. The brush trembled slightly as if it was excited. At the same time, it emitted a heavy aura that was even heavier than a mountain. It was as if it wanted to crush the sky. At that instant, the entire heavens and the earth went silent, and everyone practically didn't dare believe everything that had happened before their eyes. What did they hear? Yi Chen was the master of this Tao artifact. In other words, Yi Chen was really the reincarnation of a saint? How is this possible? The thousands of people from the Tao sect who had fled earlier and were watching from afar trembled in disbelief. The heavens are going to destroy the Kunlun ruins. At that moment, countless people collapsed to the ground. Yi Chen could kill the 5 supreme sect masters without a Tao artifact. Now that he had a Tao artifact, who could stop him in the Kunlun ruins? Master, something's wrong. At that moment, Night Demon's voice rang out. The old sinister brush's artifact, Spirit, isn't here. I sensed it too. Yi Chen held Emperor Brush lightly and frowned. He did not sense the Emperor Brush's artifact, Spirit, from the brush. There was only a trace of remnant spirituality. I understand now. Night Demon came to a realization. No wonder the old sinister brush didn't acknowledge Wushuang when he came to the Tao sect last time. It's because his artifact Spirit isn't in the brush at all. Ever since Big Brother came to the Tao sect, Emperor Brush didn't appear immediately. Its spirituality is too weak. Yi Wushuang said solemnly. The old sinister brush is really the old sinister brush. Although the artifact Spirit is gone, the remaining trace of spirituality has inherited his sinister personality. Night Demon chuckled, as if he was gloating. Don't tell me this old dog is going to die from the smash. I don't think so. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and looked at Sect Master Lei Xing in the distance. This person must know. I'll know what's going on after I capture him. With that, he took a step forward. Sect Master Lei Xing's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He no longer had the determination to fight Yi Qin. Like a stray dog, he charged into Heaven Dao Peak in a panic. Sect Master Lei Xing, go in! Yi Qin chased after him relentlessly. Sect Master Lei Xing was horrified. After entering the Heaven Dao Peak, he immediately shouted at the disciple on duty, Quickly activate the formation! Boom! Seeing that Yi Qin was coming after them, the disciples on duty at Tiandao Peak were reluctant to hesitate. They immediately worked together to activate the peak protection formation of the entire Tiandao Peak. Along with a loud noise, pillars of light shot into the sky and enveloped the entire Heaven Dao Peak. At the same time, more than 10 figures with powerful auras shot out from the Heaven Dao Peak one after another. These people were all old men over 300 years old. Every single one of them was a supreme giant. Even though the entire Dao sect told the outside world that they had over 10 supreme giants, there were actually some powerhouses who were in closed-door cultivation. Unless the sect was in danger, they would usually not come out of closed-door cultivation, but now they had no choice but to do so. Sect Master Lei Xing's hair was disheveled as he shouted repeatedly, Supreme Elders, work together to maintain the formation. Don't let this fiend break in. Otherwise, our Dao sect will be in danger. As soon as he said that, the dozen or so supreme giants sat down cross-legged. Their auras pierced through the sky as they worked together to maintain the formation. At the same time, Sect Master Lei Xing took out 3 incense sticks and ignited them in the air. He held the 3 incense sticks in his hand and bowed solemnly towards the depths of the Broken Soul mountain range. Then he knelt on one knee and shouted at the top of his lungs, Guardian of my Kunlun ruins, Saint Ziqingsang, my Kunlun ruins is facing a great calamity today. Please help me get rid of this calamity. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 incense sticks burned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the smoke actually gathered together and turned into a purple dragon that tore through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. This series of events was completed in the blink of an eye. Sect Master Lei Xing stood up and looked at Yi Qin through the formation. Mad Southernie, do you know why there hasn't been a so-called number 1 person or master in the Kunlun ruins all these years? The moment that was said, the people from the Witchcraft sect and Corpse sect were shocked. The Witchcraft sect master seemed to have thought of something and immediately cried out, because there's actually a number 1 person in the Kunlun ruins. After saying that, he suddenly looked in the direction of the Broken Soul mountain range and Purple Cap mountain and muttered, in other words, the person from Purple Cap mountain is the number 1 person in the Kunlun ruins. Wu Tianhou, you finally reacted. Sect Master Lei Xing smirked coldly. 500 years ago, the Kunlun ruins encountered a great calamity, causing the path of a saint to be cut off. However, in these 500 years, someone has quietly become a saint. Not only is this person the number 1 hidden person in the Kunlun ruins, but he's also the guardian of the Kunlun ruins. As his voice fell, silence reigned between heaven and earth. Ever since the great calamity 500 years ago caused the path of a saint to be cut off, there were still saints in the Kunlun ruins. Moreover, this person was in Purple Cap Mountain. I get it. Wu Tianhou smiled bitterly and said, no wonder you risked your life to go up Purple Cap Mountain when you were still a destitute young man. More than 300 years ago, Sect Master Lei Xing was still a scholar without any cultivation aptitude. However, ever since he came out of Purple Cap Mountain, he established the Dao sect in a short 300 years and became a supreme giant. In the entire Kunlun ruins, no one could compare to Sect Master Lei Xing in terms of lifespan. Ordinary supreme giants could live for 300 years at most. However, Sect Master Lei Xing had lived for almost 400 years, which was almost 100 years longer than the others. He knew more secrets than the others. Thinking to this point, the hearts of Wu Tianhou and the rest gradually sank. Since there was a saint in the Kunlun ruins and sect master Lei Xing had sent a message to the saint earlier. If this saint attacked, Yi Qin would definitely not be his match. The good situation before him would be gone in an instant. Elder Qing Xian and the rest also realized this, and their hearts could not help but rise to their throats. Mad Southerny, did you hear that? Sect master Lei Xing turned to look at Yi Qin. His eyes were filled with resentment. Ever since you entered the Kunlun ruins, you've committed too many sins. You've repeatedly challenged the old saint's bottom line. You don't even know that you're in trouble. Even if you have a Tao artifact, even if you're the reincarnation of a saint, you're still not a saint. At this point, a cold glint surged in his eyes. As long as I use the formation to stall for time until the old saint arrives, you'll definitely die. Saint Yi Qin chuckled softly when he heard that. He seemed to be disdainful. How can the number one person in a small place like the Kunlun ruins be called a saint? He took a deep breath in and changed the topic. Besides, do you really think I can't break your turtle shell? Chapter 928. For some reason, Sect Master Lei Xing had a bad feeling when he saw Yi Chen's confident smile. However, he then smirked coldly. I learned this formation from the old saint. It's purely wishful thinking for you to break it. At the next moment, Yi Chen arrived before the formation in one step and waved the emperor brush in his hand. The brush moved like a dragon and snake, suppressing 1,000 mountains. The ink fell and the paper fell. The smoke and cloud swallowed the ocean. When the brush was raised, a huge word, disintegrate, appeared in the air. The moment the word was formed, the air trembled. Rumble! A series of loud noises came from the void, seemingly passing through countless star domains. Rumble! As the loud noises got closer and closer, the space before Yi Qin began to explode. The rocks on the ground were all turned into dust. It was as if a huge, invisible millstone was crushing down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The mountains collapsed and shattered. Rocks floated into the air as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. What happened? The sudden scene caused their expressions to change. Sensing that they were the center of the change, Sect Master Lei Xing's eyelids twitched. Hold on, hold on! Rumble. However, at the next moment, under the shocked gazes of Sect Master Lei Xing and the rest, the formation that they were extremely proud of collapsed. At that moment, countless people were petrified. Wu Tianhou and the rest were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. The power of this word is so great. The Tao Sect's peak protection formation could not be broken even if dozens of supreme giants attacked it together. However, it was broken by the word disintegrate that Yi Qin wrote. There was nothing more shocking than that. After the formation was broken, Yi Chen descended on the Tao Heaven peak like a peerless god of death. He glanced at Sect Master Lei Xing and the rest coldly. Did you learn this from the saint? If one took a closer look, they would notice that his face was slightly pale. The reason was that he could not unleash the true power of Emperor Brush with his golden core true origin. It consumed too much true origin. He's exhausted. When Sect Master Lei Xing noticed this, his face instantly lit up with joy. Kill him, quickly! It was only now that he recalled that he had used up too much primordial qi when he first obtained the Emperor Brush. Kill! Killing intent surged in the eyes of a supreme giant. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stepped forward, causing the void to tremble. Suppress! Yi Qin did not panic at all. He held the Emperor Brush in his hand and drew the word suppress in the air. As soon as the word suppress was formed, a rumbling sound rang out in the void. The word immediately expanded in the wind and pressed down like a huge mountain. A bloody mist exploded in the air. The supreme giant was crushed to death on the spot. The onlookers were all terrified. It was just the word suppress. To kill a supreme giant. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's face turned even paler. He is indeed strong in appearance, but weak in reality. Sect Master Lei Xing roared again. Let's attack together. He won't be able to hold on for long. Boom! At that moment, over 10 supreme giants, including Sect Master Lei Xing, unleashed their cultivation base at the same time. Origin energy surged like an ocean as they charged at Yi Qin. Die! Sect Master Lei Xing summoned a flying sword. Streaks of sword qi tore through the air. Every sword qi streaked through the air like a torrent of sword qi. Fire! Yi Chen waved the word fire as he walked. As soon as the word fire was formed, a sea of fire appeared out of thin air. The air within a radius of 300 meters was completely devoured, and the blazing high temperature caused the space to tremble. Oh no! Sect Master Lei Xing's expression changed, and then he abruptly withdrew his sword before retreating explosively without saying a word. Ah! However, the dozen or so supreme giants were not so lucky. They were enveloped by the sea of fire that surged over. At that moment, countless people on fire jumped up and down in the sea of fire, as if they wanted to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, Yi Chen's fire was not an ordinary fire. It was the Samadhi true fire. Not only could it burn through flesh and blood, but it could also refine souls. Is he still human? The people in the distance watched this scene with fear on their faces. There was only deep fear in their hearts. To them, Yi Chen had completely surpassed the realm of a human. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed such a heaven-defying divinity? After a few breaths of time, the fire dissipated, and figures made of ashes appeared on the ground. The dozen or so supreme giants were scared out of their wits. Yi Chen lifted his head and looked at Sect Master Lei Xing, who had retreated far away. His gaze was cold and emotionless. What else do you have to say now? No. Sect Master Lei Xing roared. Mad Southern Yi, you can't kill me. I'm an in-name disciple of the saint. You can't kill me. Disciple? Yi Chen smiled in disdain. I don't care if you're a disciple or a boy. Even a god can't save you today. Mad Southern Yi, let me go. Sect Master Lei Xing, who was in a desperate situation, finally panicked. I'm willing to respect you as my master. I'm willing to offer my sect's hundreds of years of inheritance. I also have a shocking secret. It's too late. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and charged at him in a flash. Sect Master Lei Xing's expression changed drastically as he slapped him immediately. Mountain. The word mountain appeared in the air, and then a huge mountain descended from the sky, directly suppressing Sect Master Lei Xing. Ah! Sect Master Lei Xing's legs and arms were severed. Only his body was suppressed under the mountain as he screamed. At the critical moment, he actually took the initiative to abandon his physical body. His soul shot out from his physical body as if he wanted to escape the suppression of the mountain. However, that was the moment Yi Chen had been waiting for. He extended his hand and grabbed at his soul directly. No. Sect Master Lei Xing's soul was extremely terrified. Just when Yi Chen's hand was about to touch his soul, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the void and took Sect Master Lei Xing's soul away. Yi Chen was not surprised at all. Instead, he lifted his head abruptly and looked straight into the void. He scoffed. You finally can't help but attack? Just as everyone was looking around, a faint sigh came from the void. Fellow, why are you so ruthless? I'm sorry, but I don't like to leave any loose ends. I've always believed in eliminating the roots. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Yi Chen placed his hands behind his back as his voice reverberated like thunder. Fellow, your talent is extraordinary. To be able to grow to such an extent in the secular world, I believe you must be a saint before the great calamity. The owner of the Sai spoke again. 500 years ago, there was a great calamity in the world. I believe you should know better than me why the path of a saint was severed. Since that's the case, why are you still killing the living forces of my Kunlun ruins? P.S. Chapter 4 updated today. Chapter 929. Since that's the case, why are you still killing the living forces of my Kunlun ruins? On Dao Sec's heaven Dao Peak, the incomparably old voice resounded through the air. The owner of the voice seemed to have come from an extremely ancient era. Vicissitudes, ancient, dignified for a moment, numerous gazes kept sizing up the sky with nervous expressions, as if they wanted to find out who the speaker was. However, to their disappointment, there was no one in the sky. There were only echoes from all directions. This person probably didn't descend here. Otherwise, he would have appeared long ago. If I'm not wrong, this is a voice transmission. The witchcraft sect master, Wu Tianho, muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Saint, he must be the saint of Purple Cap Mountain. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. They did not expect the saint to protect sect master Lei Xing. Stop talking about the great calamity. Yi Qin stood in the wind. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were about to destroy the world. I only know that sect master Lei Xing gathered 5 supreme giants to kill me. It's not wrong for me to fight back. Looks like you haven't completely awakened your memories from your previous life. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said what you said today. The old voice sighed faintly. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Yi Qin differently again. Now, even the saint admitted it. As expected, Mad Southern Yi was really the reincarnation of a saint. In that case, it was not surprising that he had grown so quickly from the secular world to where he was today. It's useless to say that. Yi Qin scoffed. I'll give you a chance now. Give me sect master Lei Xing's soul. Otherwise, there'll be a battle between us. What? He wants to fight a saint? How dare he? An uproar broke out between heaven and earth. No one expected Yi Qin to take the initiative to provoke a saint after fighting the 6 supreme sect masters. Lei Xing has the chance to become a saint. You can't kill him. The voice sounded again with a hint of displeasure. Fellow, I don't want to fight you. Why are you being so aggressive? If you don't hand it over to me, I'll kill my way into Purple Cap Mountain, kill your disciples, destroy your orthodoxy, and drag you out no matter what. Yi Qin did not back down at all. His eyes were cold. Fine. The voice sighed again. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you at Purple Cap Mountain. We'll fight above the 9 heavens. As soon as he said that, the void returned to its usual calmness. At the same time, on Purple Cap Mountain, there was a mountain. This mountain could not be seen, but it truly existed. Even if one were to walk past it, they would directly pass through it without feeling anything strange. Within the mountain sat a boy dressed in white with his hair combed into a bun. The boy was only 13 or 14 years old, but he had a head full of white hair. In the end, it can't be avoided. The boy opened his eyes. There was an ancient intent in his eyes, and he was holding Sect Master Lei Xing's soul in his hand. Sect Master Lei Xing's soul was still in shock. Master, that brat was so rude. Why didn't you kill him just now? You don't understand. The boy shook his head slightly, and his eyes were like the deep night sky. In order to save you, I've already used up 10 years of my life force. Sect Master Lei Xing did not understand what he meant. Then he realized that the boy's skin was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Master, could it be that you're still unable to break through the shackles of heaven and earth? Sect Master Lei Xing was shocked. Shackles of heaven and earth? The boy sighed faintly. What are shackles? If one spirit doesn't exist, a single move will affect the entire body. Being trapped in this small corner is a shackle. This brat's talent is unparalleled. He's the most monstrous person I've ever seen. I might not be his match. Then he said, slowly, Lei Xing, leave. We're master and disciple, and our relationship ends here. Where can I run to? Sect Master Lei Xing's soul smiled bitterly. I'd better stay by Master's side. If Master isn't his match, I'm willing to die. almost at that instant, on Dao Sec's Heaven Dao Peak. With the departure of the saint of Purple Cap Mountain, the earth-shattering battle finally came to an end. The world was silent. Countless people looked at the figure standing proudly in the air. Their gazes froze and their breathing stopped. Before this, Yi Chen had said that he would suppress the Kunlun ruins alone. Some people did not believe him, some sneered, but most people were disdainful. However, he had done it now. 5 of the 6 supreme sect masters had died, and one of them was miserable. The 6 high sects had lost more than 40 supreme giants, and the elite disciples under them were almost wiped out. All of this was done by the person before him. He had suppressed the entire Kunlun ruins alone. What was invincibility? This was the true power of invincibility. In the distance, Hua Ling and the rest were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. He won, he won! The peak master won. Elder Qing Xian heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the people of the 9th peak were extremely excited. They looked at Yi Chen with burning eyes, as if they were looking at an undefeatable legend. On the other hand, the Witchcraft sect, Corpse sect, and the 7 ancient clans were extremely glad. Before this, they subconsciously thought that it was impossible for Yi Chen to do that. However, the scene before them made them feel lucky for their previous choice. This guy, Luo Shuiyao, who was from the 7 ancient clans, was stunned. She did not know how to describe it, so she could only say, "What a freak!" It could be said that she had come into contact with Yi Chen earlier than anyone else in the Kunlun ruins. She had witnessed Yi Chen's growth. "I'm not as good as him." Luo, Tianya, laughed self-deprecatingly. He had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, but there was no hostility in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Chen descended from the sky and looked down at the remaining people from Dao sect coldly. "Are you guys convinced?" His words were like rolling thunder, causing the hearts of the people from Dao sect to tremble. They did not dare to resist at all. One of the remaining supreme giants of the Dao sect smiled bitterly and bowed. "We're convinced, convinced." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Dao sect disciples behind him immediately bowed and knelt on the ground, saying in unison, "We're convinced." In this battle, their Dao sect had suffered the most losses. The supreme giants were almost wiped out, and the most powerful person, Sect Master Lei Xing, had his body severed and his soul almost destroyed. How could they not be convinced? When Yi Chen glanced at the rest of the people from the 5 high sects, the crowd immediately knelt down. "We're convinced as well." A series of voices rose and fell like a tsunami, causing the space to tremble and rustle. Yi Chen placed his hands behind his back. His black hair, black eyes, and long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like the reincarnation of a god. Everyone lowered their heads when they saw him. Chapter 932. Kungsu Calendar, December 25th, 2019. Yi Chen killed the 6 supreme sect masters on Heaven Dao Peak and killed dozens of supreme giants. He suppressed the Kunlun ruins by himself and challenged a saint. Mad Southern Yi led the 9th peak to destroy dozens of sects. The Corpse sect master escaped with heavy injuries. The Corpse sect has collectively submitted. As soon as the Dao sect's battle came to an end, the news about the battle spread at an extremely crazy speed. Countless people were stunned. They did not believe it at first. However, before they could react, another piece of heavy news spread. "We've lost, we've lost. This earth-shattering battle that has gathered the strongest power of the Kunlun ruins and concerns the future of the Kunlun ruins has been defeated. 5 of the 6 supreme sect masters died, and one died miserably. Only Sect Master Lei Xing's soul escaped. Nearly 50 supreme giants of the 6 high sects were almost annihilated by Mad Southern Yi. This news was like a huge iron plow that plowed through the entire Kunlun ruins. How is this possible? Oh my God, those are the 6 supreme sect masters. All of them are old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years. Every single one of them represents the peak combat power of the Kunlun ruins. Yet Mad Southern Yi actually killed 5 of them? Almost at that moment, countless forces in the entire Kunlun ruins felt like their guts were going to explode. They almost could not believe their ears. Mad Southern Yi is too terrifying. I really can't imagine that an ant from the secular world could grow to such an extent. A supreme giant who did not go to watch the battle rejoiced repeatedly. A powerhouse beat his chest and stomped his feet as he wailed, "From today onwards, the Kunlun ruins has officially entered the era of Mad Southern Yi. This person has done something that no one has done before. No, there's still hope for the Kunlun ruins." Someone's face was filled with indignation. Get up, fellow Taoists who don't want to be slaves. As long as we unite and fight, we can still fight Mad Southern Yi. However, no one responded to him. What kind of joke was this? Even the 6 high sects were no match for Mad Southern Yi. What was the use of scattered troops like them? Right at this moment, an earth-shattering news spread. There's still an old saint in the Kunlun ruins. The old saint is the master of Purple Cap Mountain. It was the old saint who saved sect master Lei Xing's soul. The old saint has agreed to fight Mad Southern Yi. 3 days later, the 2 of them will fight above the 9 heavens. There's still hope for the Kunlun ruins. The news spread like a clap of thunder. It shook heaven and earth, and the commotion was no less than Yi Chen's popularity. What? After the great calamity 500 years ago in our Kunlun ruins, there was actually a saint who survived. How is this possible? Wasn't the path of the sage cut off after the great calamity? Haven't all the sages died a long time ago? Some experts who had lived for a long time were shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. This matter is absolutely true. Could it be that all of you have forgotten that sect master Lei Xing entered Purple Cap Mountain over 300 years ago? An insider explained, the truth is out now. Sect master Lei Xing is the old saint's in-name disciple. Okay. Many people were overjoyed when they heard that the heavens really haven't forsaken our Kunlun ruins. The old saint has made a move. How can Mad Southern Yi survive this time? Let's go to Purple Cap Mountain together in 3 days. We'll witness Mad Southern Yi being suppressed by the old saint and witness the might of a saint. Let's go together. On the 26th of the 12th month of the year 2019 in the Kunlun Ruins calendar, there were still 4 days before the new year. Yi Chen was in the Tao sect's secret palace. The so-called secret palace was the Tao sect's most private treasure vault. All the peerless treasures that the Tao sect had accumulated over the past few hundred years were stored inside. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains of medicinal pills, spirit stones, origin stones, talismans, and all sorts of secret treasures. If any of these items were to be placed in the outside world, they would be rare treasures that would cause a bloodbath. However, Yi Chen's heart did not waver much. His gaze landed on the southeast corner of the secret palace. Over there, he actually sensed a trace of the fluctuation of a formation. This formation was incomparably brilliant. Even with his powerful divine sense, he almost missed it. Why is there a formation here? Yi Chen turned around and looked at Wu Tianho and the rest behind him. Wu Tianho could not explain it either. Then he called the new person in charge of the Tao sect, Yun Lazy. Why did you set up this formation in the Tao sect's secret palace? The Yun Lingzi he mentioned was sect master Lei Xing's junior brother, and also the only remaining supreme giant of the Tao sect. The other party did not dare to hesitate and immediately said while trembling, Immortal Yi, I'm not sure either. The secret palace has always been managed by senior brother, sect master. Forget it. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the emperor brush appeared in his hand. The void shook immediately, and a huge word dismantle appeared. Rumble, the formation then collapsed. Immediately after, a huge crater appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. At that moment, the expressions of everyone in the secret palace changed. This was because when the formation was broken, an extremely dense stench of blood immediately spread out from the deep pit. The stench of blood was also mixed with dense resentment. What a powerful stench of blood! Even though Yi Chen's hands were covered in blood, his expression changed at that moment. "Wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look." After saying that, his body swayed and he entered the deep crater. The crater was about 300 meters deep. There were no stairs that he could use to borrow strength from. However, with Yi Chen's cultivation base, he naturally did not need to borrow strength. What shocked him was that the deeper he went, the denser the stench of blood and resentment became. It was almost to the point that it could bewitch one's mind. What he did not know was that the moment he broke the formation, Purple Cat Mountain, which was like a dead boy, suddenly opened its eyes. The boy shook his head and sighed faintly. In the end, this person still sensed it. A few breaths later, Yi Chen arrived at the bottom of the crater. A huge platform came into view immediately. There was an altar with a radius of 300 meters on the platform. The altar was circular, like the 8 trigrams of Taoism. The middle was sunken, and there were 8 decaying bodies sitting on the 8 positions. These 8 bodies had died a long time ago. The blood in their bodies had dried up, but their skin and flesh had not decayed. The backs of corpses were extremely straight, like true dragons soaring into the sky. Even so, the 8 corpses still emitted a dense pressure. It was an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. When Yi Chen walked closer and was less than 30 meters away from them, the corpse closest to him suddenly trembled. Then a brilliant light surged. An extremely terrifying killing intent shot out from the corpse and suppressed Yi Chen. Divine radiance surged from Yi Chen's body. The night demon armor protected him automatically. Bang! When the killing intent suppressed the night demon armor, Yi Chen heard the old demon's muffled groan and the sound of the armor shattering. "Saint Corpse," Night Demon grunted. "Master, this must be a Saint Corpse." Chapter 933. The sudden scene caused Yi Chen to stop in his tracks. He fixed his gaze on the corpse that attacked him earlier. The corpse of a saint? At that moment, the corpse's body shone brightly like a god. It emitted an extreme pressure as if it wanted to make everything submit. If Sect Master Lei Xing and the other Supreme Sect Masters were present, they would definitely be suppressed to death by such a terrifying pressure. "I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive, let alone the so-called remaining power after you're dead." Yi Chen scoffed coldly. Subsequently, a faint divine radiance surged on his body. His skin and bones became crystal clear at that moment, like a saint's body. Subsequently, he endured the pressure emitted by the saint corpse and strode forward. He raised his eyes and sized up the entire altar. On the altar that was close to 300 meters tall, the 8 saint corpses were chained by pitch-black chains. Most of them were pierced by the chains at their pelvises. Apart from the chains that pierced through their pelvises and the 8 saint corpses, there were 8 other chains that were connected to the center of the altar. It was the center of the 8 trigrams formation. There was a ring-shaped black and white yin-yang fish that was about 30 meters long, and the chains were embedded in the depths of the yin-yang fish. The thick stench of blood and resentment came from the depths of the pit. There was even a faint dragon roar. Kacha! When Yi Chen took a step forward, he seemed to have stepped on some mechanism. The entire altar began to shake violently. Rumble, with a violent tremor, the ring-shaped black and white yin-yang fish at the center of the altar was opened. At the next moment, an extremely thick stench of blood soared into the sky, accompanied by a huge black shadow that was nearly 60 meters tall. Taking a closer look, it was a huge azure dragon. However, at this moment, the azure dragon's body was full of blood chi. The 8 iron chains had cruelly pierced through its body, and one of them was directly nailed to its heart. At that moment, the azure dragon was already on the verge of death. Its body was illusory and its body was so shriveled that it was deformed. Clearly, too much dragon blood had been extracted. "It's a dragon." Night Demon was a little surprised. "Master, it's a dragon." "It's not a dragon." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said while frowning, "It's a dragon vein. I didn't expect a dragon vein to be suppressed here." The reason why he was certain that it was a dragon was that although the azure dragon had blood chi, it did not have the slightest color of blood. Furthermore, its body was illusory and did not seem to have a physical body. He then looked at the 8 chains, one of which was connected to the 8 corpses and the other to the azure dragon. "What a good move." Yi Chen scoffed after his eyes flickered a few times. He actually extracted the dragon vein and suppressed it here. He also set up the great reincarnation reversal formation. He wants to change his fate and revive the dead. He took a step forward and pointed a finger at the azure dragon's forehead. Suddenly, 2 ancient characters appeared. "Mao Mountain." Yi Chen's expression turned grim when he saw that. "Mao Shan, this dragon vein is actually Mao Shan's dragon vein." No wonder Mao Mountain isn't doing well now. There hasn't been a single mighty figure. In fact, it's gradually declining. Yi Chen smirked coldly. "It seems like it's the loss of Mao Shan's luck after the dragon vein was extracted." "TSK, TSK." Night Demon smacked his lips and said, "These people are so ruthless. In order to revive themselves, they actually went to the secular world to extract a dragon vein by force. To ordinary people, the dragon vein might just be nonsense. However, in history, every emperor paid great attention to the dragon vein. This was because the dragon vein was related to the luck of a country. A place's feng shui nurtured a place's people, but a dragon vein could nurture a country's luck. During the founding of the Tang dynasty, after Emperor Gaozu, Li Yuan became emperor. He invited Yuan Tiangang to search for the dragon vein. All the dragon veins that could produce an emperor with a different surname were cut off to prevent the country from being stolen by outsiders. In the cultivation world, regardless of whether it was a sect or any force, they would prioritize the location of the dragon vein when choosing a location for their sect. There were even some who would use great divinity to gather the dragon veins from all directions to benefit the common people. At that moment, the sound of chains colliding suddenly rang out. The 8 corpses, sitting on the 8 positions of the 8 trigrams formation, suddenly moved. Life flowed within the 8 corpses, as if they were alive. Even their shriveled flesh had a crystalline luster. At the next moment, the 8 corpses opened their eyes in an extremely strange manner. Their eyes were originally empty, but in the next moment, unimaginable killing intent surged out. "The intruder die." Roars that sounded like the roars of malicious spirits interweaved. The 8 chains connected to the dragon collided with each other and charged at Yi Chen at the same time. "Even when you guys were alive, I wasn't afraid at all. Now, you're just 8 remnant spirituality. What can you do to me?" A cold gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He took a step forward and pressed his right hand into the air. Majestic true origin energy exploded instantly. With a palm strike, boom, a violent power surged in the void, and the 8 chains collapsed with a loud bang. The 8 corpses were all sent flying, and the chains clanked as they were dragged. Subsequently, the chains on the 8 corpses collapsed at the same time, allowing them to regain their freedom. They charged at Yi Chen like ferocious beasts that had awakened. "Suppress!" Yi Chen held Emperor Brush in his hand and suppressed the air. The 8 corpses knelt on the ground with a loud bang. The killing intent on their bodies dissipated, and their heads drooped heavily. The shriveled flesh on their bodies dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, only 8 skeletons were left, and they scattered on the ground. These people must be the saints of the Kunlun ruins when they were alive. Yi Chen stared at the pile of skeletons on the ground and thought to himself, but why did they die? Moreover, they used a great divinity to extract the Mao Shan dragon vein before they died. What exactly was the great calamity 500 years ago? Even the 8 sages are dead. After a while, he looked at the giant azure dragon lying on the ground and was about to move forward. Just as he was about to move forward, an old voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Fellow, you must not release this dragon vein." "You again." Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. "Since when is it your turn to tell me what to do?" Before the voice could speak, a figure suddenly descended from the square. It was Wu Tianhou. "Peak Master!" Something big happened at the Buddhist sect. The man walked to Yi Chen's side quickly with a grim expression and said softly, "The corpse sect master took advantage of Zen Master Banruo's death to kill his way into the Buddhist sect's important place. Wasn't this person severely injured by all of you? Why is he going to the Buddhist sect now?" Yi Chen secretly frowned. "I'm not sure." Wu Tianhou shook his head and said, "However, this person is extremely crazy. He controlled a drought demon and killed many Buddhist disciples. He seems to be looking for something. After this person found out that I killed many supreme sect masters, not only did he not find a place to hide, but he appeared in such a high-profile manner. What he's looking for is extraordinary." Yi Chen was immediately interested. After lifting his hand to set up a formation, he led Wu Tianhou out of the Dao sect's secret palace and headed straight for the Buddhist sect. P.S. Chapter 3. I wanted to update 2 more chapters, but there's not enough time. It's already 11. Chapter 934. It was located in the south of Kunlun ruins. This place used to be an oasis in the early years, but later, because of the meteor fire that fell from the sky, it became an oasis. In the end, all living things within a 1,000-mile radius became extinct, and the area was filled with yellow sand all year round, which was why it was called the Kungsa Desert. As for the Buddhist sect, one of the 10 high sects in the Kunlun ruins, it was built in this yellow sand. The Buddhist sect ruled for thousands of kilometers, and there were countless believers in the Kunlun ruins. Right now, the Buddhist sect was filled with screams and cries of pain. Blood filled the air, and it was as if they had fallen into hell on earth. Bald monk Mingguang, if you still don't open your Thunder Sound Pagoda, Luo will kill another 10 of your Buddhist sects. A pale-faced old man glared at a white-haired old monk in front of him with a ferocious expression. His eyes were filled with a cruel smile. This person was the sect leader of Corpse Sect. Before him was a 3-meter-tall, withered corpse with an ice-cold expression. The corpse's aura soared into the sky, and the strangest thing was that there were 2 scarlet flames beneath its feet that could melt anything. Just by standing there, dark clouds had already covered the sky, triggering a celestial phenomenon. The Thunderclap Pagoda is a forbidden ground of our Buddhist sect. How can we allow you to enter? Facing the threat of the Corpse sect master, the white-haired old monk's face was filled with sorrow. Sect Master Luo, you took advantage of the death of our Buddhist sect's Zen Master Banruo to control the drought demon to massacre. Aren't you afraid of incurring public anger in the Kunlun ruins? As soon as he said that, all the monks looked at the drought demon again, and their gazes were filled with deep terror. Before the Tao was born, the myriad of races cultivated the ancient Tao, nurturing a body of essence energy to hide in the flesh, defying the heavens to cultivate the tribulation. The dead often died and gave birth to evil. Their corpses died but did not decay. They were often buried underground, absorbing the baleful aura of heaven and earth to give birth, transforming into zombies. Zombies, on the other hand, were immortal. They had skin of gold and bones of steel, and were not afraid of heavenly fire. Wherever they went, 1,000 miles of barren land would be burned. They were drought demons. This 3-meter-tall monster in front of him was Hitorigami. His battle prowess was comparable to a supreme giant. In just an hour, 2 supreme giants of the Buddhist sect had died in his hands. Cause public outrage? The Corpse sect master smirked. In terms of public anger, how can I compare to Mad Southern Yi? This person has almost killed all the peak combat power of the Kunlun ruins. The outsiders are still busy taking care of themselves, so how can they care about your Buddhist sect? At this point, monstrous hatred flashed through his eyes. He was the master of a sect, after all, a supreme giant. In the end, his 3 golden-armored corpses had been destroyed by the witchcraft sect and the 7 ancient clans. At the critical moment, if it wasn't for the drought demon before him leading him out of the encirclement, he would have been captured even if he didn't die. All of this was because of Yi Qin. Initially, he wanted to rush to the Dao sect and kill Yi Chen with sect master Lei Xing and the other supreme sect masters. However, when he heard that Yi Chen had killed 5 of the 6 supreme sect masters and that only sect master Lei Xing's soul had escaped, he was horrified and fled 1,000 kilometers away. He also knew that he only had 2 choices after Yi Chen became a god through this battle. He could either submit to Yi Chen or die. How could he be willing to submit to Yi Chen? Therefore, he took the risk to come to the Buddhist sect while Yi Chen was recovering from his injuries after the battle. He had to enter the Thunderclap Tower. Only then would he have the ability to fight Yi Chen. Master, why are you still wasting your breath on him? The drought demon suddenly spoke in human language, his eyes bloodshot. I believe the news of us descending into the Buddhist sect has already spread. You should make a decision as soon as possible. The moment that was said, the corpse sect master's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be hesitating, but it was then covered by a sinister aura. Since you're so insensible, don't blame me. At the next moment, a black bell suddenly appeared in his hand. Open the heavenly court and allow one to live forever. 3 souls and 7 spirits return to the soul. 3 souls on the left and 7 spirits on the right. Listen to the divine order quietly, but no one can see it clearly. No one can see it and no one can know it. It's as urgent as the law. As the corpse sect master shook the bell, streams of black energy suddenly shot out from the bell and landed on the corpses on the ground. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the corpses on the ground suddenly stood up as if they had come back to life. Corpse resurrection. The white-haired old monk's expression changed drastically. This is the corpse resurrection technique. Sect Master Luo, you will be punished by heaven for using this technique. You forced me to do this. At that moment, the corpse sect master's 7 orifices were bleeding, as if he had turned into a blood man. However, his face was filled with madness. Let's go! The corpse sect master's figure flashed, and the bell in his hand rang rhythmically. The hundreds of corpses immediately followed. Buddhist disciple, protect the Thunderclap Tower with your body. The white-haired old monk immediately revealed a tragic expression. Then, Buddhist light burst out from his body as he charged at the corpse sect master. The Thunderclap Tower was the place where the Buddhist almighties had passed away. To the Buddhist sect, it was no different from a holy land. How could they let others enter so easily? Roar! At that moment, the drought demon charged over. The corpse sect master did not care about all of this. He frantically controlled the corpses and charged towards a Buddhist pagoda. The Buddhist pagoda was 60 meters tall and was completely reddish gold in color. From afar, it looked dazzling with lightning surging at the top of the pagoda. Just as the corpse sect master was about to reach the pagoda suddenly trembled. Rays of Buddhist light suppressed him, and a huge golden net appeared out of nowhere. Pissed, the corpse sect master groaned, and his body emitted wisps of green smoke. It was as if he was a red-hot soldering iron. Break! He roared angrily, then opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the bell in his hand. The bell immediately shot towards the Buddhist pagoda, along with hundreds of corpses. Explode! The corpse sect master pointed at the bell. Suddenly, black gas surged from the bell, and it cracked with a loud sound. The hundreds of corpses also turned into bloody mist. The bloody mist strangely scattered towards the huge golden net above the Buddhist pagoda. The huge golden net shook violently a few times, then disappeared without a trace, as if it had been contaminated by blood. Ha ha ha! The corpse sect master stepped into the pagoda and laughed maniacally. I've sacrificed 20 years of my lifespan. I don't believe I can't break your Buddhist light formation. The Thunderclap Pagoda stored the corpses of many powerful Buddhists. If he were to barge in, he would be suppressed by the Buddhist light formation. Therefore, he wanted to force the Buddhists to open the Buddhist light formation. However, Mingguang would rather die than comply. He was worried that something bad would happen if he delayed it, so he could only use the resurrection technique to forcefully break the Buddhist light formation. Fortunately, the controller of the formation, Zen Master Ban Ruo, had died. Otherwise, even if he sacrificed all his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to break it. At the same time, the drought demon came, bathed in blood. The corpse sect master looked at him with doubt in his eyes. Sure, Shao, are you sure the thing you mentioned is in this pagoda? Of course. The drought demon smiled strangely. That thing is on the 19th floor of the Thunderclap Pagoda. Master, if you get it, you won't even be afraid of a sage. Chapter 935. Humph, I hope you're not lying to me. The corpse sect master snorted coldly and rushed to the 19th floor from the first floor of the pagoda. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. He had heard from the drought demon that there was a corpse king suppressed in the Thunderclap Pagoda. Such an existence was omnipotent before the great calamity of the Kunlun ruins. Later on, it was suppressed by the saints of the Kunlun ruins and sealed in the Buddhist sect's Thunderclap Pagoda. For thousands of years, it had been purified by Buddhism day and night. Corpse King, such an existence had already surpassed the drought demon. Its battle prowess was comparable to a saint, and it could even tear a saint apart with its bare hands. Once he obtained it, what would a mere mad southernie amount to? Even the old man from Purple Cap Mountain had to be wary of him. Right at that moment, the corpse sect master suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill behind him. At the next moment, a withered hand had pierced through his back. The corpse sect master lowered his head in a daze and looked at the bloody hand. Then he turned around with great difficulty to look at the drought demon behind him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect the corpse puppet he had nurtured to suddenly ambush him. The corpse puppet took out his heart and licked the blood on it with the tip of its tongue. It chuckled. How can a piece of trash like you be my master? The corpse sect master roared. Don't forget that I was the one who saved you from the Buddhist sect. I was also the one who spent 200 years to make you the drought demon. So what? The drought demon scoffed. Haven't I risked my life for you for the past 200 years? Didn't I save you when the witchcraft sect joined forces with the 7 ancient clans to almost kill you? Why? The corpse sect master fell to the ground, his face filled with regret and resentment. Because I've waited for this day. I've waited for 200 years. The drought demon chuckled. If I didn't gain your trust, if I didn't tell you that there's a corpse king in the Thunderclap Pagoda, how could I get close to my lord? My lord? The corpse sect master was at a loss. Then he seemed to have thought of something and gritted his teeth. So the reason you told me that there's a corpse king in the Thunderclap Pagoda was to use me to break the Buddha light formation. Not only that, Hamba shrieked. The one being suppressed in the Thunderclap Pagoda is indeed a corpse king, and it is my lord. The sect master of the corpse sect felt as if he had been struck by lightning. 2,200 years ago, that group of shameless people used a scheme to suppress our lord here for more than 2,000 years. At this point, the corpse chi on Hamba's body surged. His eyes were filled with hatred. And now, it's time for the Lord to come into being, as a greeting gift to the Master. It lowered its head and sized up the cult leader of chasing corpse cult. Its eyes were filled with excitement. Your flesh, your soul, I'll take them on behalf of my master. No. The sect master of corpse sect roared furiously. In just half an hour, Yichen arrived at the outskirts of the Kungsu Desert under the leadership of the witchcraft sect master. Yichen stood on an extremely desolate mountain peak. Peak Master, the center of the desert, is where the Buddhist sect is located. Wu Tianhou introduced respectfully. He looked into the distance and saw that in the center of the wasteland there were endless temples and Buddha statues. The temples and Buddha statues were made of huge stones. They were similar to pyramids, but they looked extremely magnificent. However, in the sky above the originally solemn and dignified Buddhist sect, there was an extreme black energy soaring into the sky. The black energy was like a demonic black dragon that swept through the air wantonly, emitting a thick stench of corpse and blood. Its corpse energy, Wu Tianhou's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to be fearful. Looks like the Buddhist sect has suffered a calamity. I wonder if old Luo succeeded. The old Luo he mentioned was the sect master of chasing corpse sect. We'll know once we go over and take a look. Yi Qin chuckled softly and waved his sleeve. He controlled a gust of wind and shot toward the Buddhist sect. He was not there to help the Buddhist sect. Instead, he was suddenly interested in the sect master of chasing corpse sect. Level 19 of the Buddhist sect's Thunderclap Pagoda. This level was a forbidden area of the Buddhist sect for generations. It was said to be the 19th level, but it did not exist. Without a saint's cultivation base, one could not see through it. Therefore, all these years, no one knew about the existence of the 19th level. Even Zen Master Ban Ruo was no exception. Within the 19th level, there were also 8 dried corpses of saints guarding the 8 trigrams. The chains in their hands extended out, and there was a purple jade coffin hanging in the center. In the purple jade coffin, there was a pale-faced man in a black dragon robe. This person was handsome. His eyebrows were like dots, his eyes were like stars, and his face was as white as jade. He faintly exuded an aura that looked down on the world. The corpse seemed to have died a long time ago. If one took a closer look, they would discover that there was a hole about the thickness of a finger on his forehead. It was unknown what it was, but from the wound, one could see the coffin under him. There were countless formations around the coffin, and there were even talismans stuck on them. However, as time passed, the formations had long become dim. Hitorigami knelt on one knee in front of the purple jade coffin and kowtowed a few times respectfully. Then, a red stream that flickered with blood appeared in his hand. The blood-colored stream slowly flowed into the man's mouth. The man's slightly shriveled body immediately became full at a speed visible to the naked eye, like grass in the desert meeting sweet spring water. Hitorigami once again fed the soul of the corpse sect master and then stared at the man nervously. Phew! After an unknown period of time, a weak breathing sound came from the coffin. It was intermittent, like the breathing of a baby. As the breathing sound rang out, the weather outside the tower suddenly changed. Dark clouds covered the sun, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. At the same time, 2 figures quickly rushed into the Buddhist sect. Wu Tianhou looked at the corpses on the ground in shock. Peak Master! So many people died! Corpse energy. Yi Chun frowned slightly and said, I sense dense corpse energy. It seems like these people were really killed by the corpse sect master. Just as Wu Tianhou was about to look around, he suddenly realized that the sky above his head had darkened. He subconsciously raised his head and his expression changed. The weather had changed. Earlier, the sun was shining brightly, but now, dark clouds covered the sun. Thunder clouds shrouded the sky as if the heavens were angry. Yi Qin squinted and suddenly looked at the sky above the thunderclap tower. It was the center of the thunderclouds. His expression was somewhat solemn. He could sense that a dangerous aura was gradually awakening. Even the saint of Purple Cap Mountain had never given him such a feeling. This is divine retribution. Yi Qin took a deep breath in and fixed his eyes on the place where the thunderclouds were. He said slowly, to be able to trigger divine retribution, a monster must be born. Chapter 936. Heavenly tribulation was different from heavenly punishment. The former was merely a test of the heavenly Tao for cultivators. Ordinary people said that the heavenly Tao was heartless, but the heavenly Tao had imperceptibly given all living beings a chance of survival. The latter, on the other hand, was much more serious. It was mostly a thunderous method used by the heavenly Tao to eliminate and kill some abnormal beings. It was also the so-called wrath of the heavens. For example, people who committed heinous crimes would be struck by lightning. Of course, a mere mortal would not be punished by the heavens. Wu Tianhou could not help but feel nervous when he sensed that Yi Chen's tone was slightly serious. He was afraid that all of this was caused by the corpse sex sect master. What happened? There's a phenomenon in the sky. A monster must be descending. Why has the sky changed so frequently in the Kunlun ruins recently? Almost at that moment, the entire Kunlun ruins was alarmed by this phenomenon. Countless people looked in the direction of the Buddhist sect in shock. The 19th floor of the Thunderclap Pagoda. Huff, huff, the weak breathing grew louder and louder. In the end, it was like a violent storm, causing the entire Thunderclap Pagoda to tremble. At the next moment, the man in the black dragon robe in the purple jade coffin suddenly opened his strange eyes. His eyes were like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, like a king who had descended upon the world. The thunderclouds outside the pagoda became denser and denser, as if they were accumulating strength and waiting for the best opportunity. Roar! Then the man in the purple jade coffin suddenly opened his mouth, and a furious roar that almost shook the heavens came from his mouth. His two fangs were ferocious. The entire Thunderclap Pagoda started to shake violently, and some of the Buddhist disciples outside the pagoda started to bleed from their ears. Some even died on the spot. Boom! The man stood up from the coffin with a loud bang. Two huge, pitch-black wings suddenly emerged from behind the black dragon robe. They were like huge bat wings, and they were covered in dragon scales. Seeing this, Hitorigami, who was silently guarding at the side, immediately knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Qin Jian greets my lord." Qin Jian. The man in the black dragon robe sized up Hitorigami with a complicated expression. His crimson eyes finally returned to normal. "You've done your best to recover me. Even if I have to sacrifice my life and go through fire and water, this general will not hesitate." Qin Jian kowtowed heavily, his eyes brimming with hot tears. The man moved his stiff neck. His memory was a little messed up. What era is it now? Where is Great Qin? Where are the old farts of the 9 clans? Lord, Great Qin has perished. Qin Jian placed his head on the ground and said, "It has been 2,000 years since then. After the 9 elders suppressed you, they predicted that the great calamity of the world was about to arrive and had long stepped onto the heavenly road." Humph. Su Junfang, you lied to me, you lied to me. My great Qin is dead. What a great lie. The man was so angry that he laughed, his killing intent soaring to the heavens, and the old fogies of the 9 clans. Back then, you and the other 9 great saints joined hands to plot against me, piercing through my blood sea and suppressing me for as long as 2,000 years. Who would have thought that you would step into the heavenly road in advance? Lord, you've just woken up. Please take care of your body. Qin Jian kowtowed again. Although the great Qin is dead, we still have 3,000 iron-armored loyal bones. As long as you are reborn from the flames, you can lead your troops into the heavenly road, destroy the 9 clans, and revive the great Qin. Boom! At that moment, the 8 saint corpses on the 8 trigrams formation moved, as if they had been stimulated by the corpse aura on the man's body and awakened. The 8 corpses leaped out at the same time. With ruthless gazes, they activated the power of heaven and earth. Endless lightning appeared from the void and charged straight at the man in the black dragon robe. As expected of the descendants of those old farts from the 9 clans, the man in the black dragon robe seemed to be disdainful. Even your ancestors can't kill me together, let alone the 8 of you who died long ago. Roar. As the 2 fangs were revealed, an earth-shattering roar came from his mouth. Rumble with a roar. The world seemed to tremble. The 8 corpses were unable to resist at all and collapsed, turning into ashes. Rumble. At that moment, bolts of lightning descended from the sky like a surging sea of lightning. The man in the black dragon robe's gaze turned cold. With a flash, he stepped out. A pair of bone wings that covered the sky soared through the sky, and he took the initiative to attack the incoming sea of lightning. Almost at that moment, when Wu Tianho saw this, he could not help but cry out in shock. "Peak Master, who is that?" With the appearance of the man in the black dragon robe, a supreme giant like him actually felt a trace of fear from the depths of his soul. "It's not a human." Yi Chen stared at the figure in the sky that took the initiative to face the lightning. His pupils constricted as he said, "It's the Corpse King. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying thing to exist on Earth. No wonder it attracted the wrath of heaven. Fiendish demon, it's a fiendish demon." The supreme giant of the Buddhist sect, Mingguang, who was severely injured by Qin Jian, trembled continuously. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "There's actually a fiendish demon suppressed in our Buddhist sect." Rumble. Several bolts of lightning that were like pillars of light that supported the sky attacked the man. Each bolt of lightning contained an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. "The heavenly Tao has long since ceased to exist. What right do you, a fake heavenly Tao, have to destroy me?" The man in the black dragon robe's pair of bone wings rose into the sky. His hands crossed the air and suddenly grabbed an incoming bolt of lightning. The corners of his mouth revealed his fangs. Sizzle, sizzle. He actually forcefully swallowed the bolt of lightning into his stomach. Lightning surged all over his body, but it was unable to cause any harm to his body. "Destroy!" After the man in the black dragon robe swallowed several bolts of lightning, he let out a long roar that shook the 9 heavens. The thunderclouds in the sky were actually dispersed by his roar. At the next moment, the man in the black dragon robe landed on the ground, the blood of the Buddhist sect powerhouses were sucked dry by him. Even monk Mingguang was no exception. At the same time, his flesh and blood had completely recovered. Other than the pair of bone wings that covered the sky, he was no different from an ordinary person. Boom! A large hand suddenly reached out from the void. It was incomparably domineering as it pressed down on the man in the black dragon robe, as if it was imprisoning the space he was in. "Saint." A hint of surprise flashed through the man's eyes before he smirked coldly. "So it's just a quasi-saint. Get lost." Dense corpse energy swept out from his body before condensing into a large hand in front of him. It whizzed out and collided heavily with the large hand. Rumble. Following an explosion in the air, the large hand that appeared first was forcefully destroyed and dissipated. On Purple Cat Mountain, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of the boy's mouth. His face aged another 10 years, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. "This world is about to fall into chaos!" Qin Jian, who had flown out of the Thunderclap Pagoda, noticed Yi Chen and the girl when he landed. His eyes suddenly turned extremely red. "Master, there are 2 more people here."